section that we've been looking at. And the third fairly major one has to do with the tsunami run-up and the flooding. The coastal staff, I think you've all went through it with one project already in the coastal zone. That project was a little bit higher in elevation. It might not have been as significant of impacts as far as how they were going to build out that project. Some of the lower lying lands down near the harbor, to develop those, the first floor would have to be a foot above the established flood area, which is calculated off the tsunami run-up, which makes your first floor, in some cases...
Isn't it like 17 feet?
Yeah, I believe it. I've heard that number thrown out, thrown around, so... that could be significant, and that has other ramifications as far as, visual impacts, and how do you weigh those two things as far as elevating structures and keeping your views shed open. And so, and probably the thing that we are concerned about is that we just want to make sure that's being applied equally all over the state. It seems, and Bob and Jim can speak to that too, as far as how they're applying that throughout California. Two other minor issues, well, relatively minor. One involved the ESHA, the Sensitive Resource Area setback. The LCP amendment that you submitted was recommended a 50-foot setback from ESHA's. Coastal Commission is going with 100, and we thought that might be kind of excessive in some cases, maybe wiping out a whole lot if it was a small lot. Some LCPs have a lot looser language saying, a sufficient amount of buffer to protect a resource. Some have a range. But anyway, we brought it up as just, it seems a bit excessive for a city, especially with smaller lots. And I think I already kind of touched on the visual. In reviewing it, the staff just wanted to bring it to the council's attention that there are suggested modifications that have to do with increased visual analysis and keeping view corridors open for scenic resources for the coastal zone. And those are quite a bit beyond what the city's currently doing. I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing it, I'm just raising it as it is going to be another level of review for oceanfront and coastal properties. And I guess I'd ask Eric if he wanted to add anything I might have left out.
So I'm going to go ahead and let the council ask some questions of you before we move forward. What about, for instance, on pages like 89, 90, 91, where it talks about all of the proposed changes that are being denied by the Coastal Commission? And maybe that's my perception. I got a kick out of Little Mo Peep.
I would have to get my copy and take a look at it.
Okay, sure.
What was your specific question?
For instance, it says Little Mo Peep. I can't even say that with a straight face. The former McNamara Peep site talks about the ESHA that exists, and that the commission finds a designation for general commercial would facilitate development of the site, which would be inconsistent with their section 3240, and so they're denying that, and they would prefer that it be a natural resource land use designation. And my question is, we have submitted a grant to develop that site, possibly in the future, for some of the things that we've discussed are ballparks for the kids, and having, making sure that the area near the creek is protected with, definitely a large enough buffer zone, and maybe even doing some interpretive maybe an interpretive trail along that area. And so how does that affect, I mean, if what they're saying would be written in stone, how would that affect our project or our possible project for the future?
Oh, good. Eric said he can address that.
Okay.
When you look at that parcel, actually, there's one little tiny portion of it where that mill pond is that's actually in the coastal zone. The rest of it falls outside. So they're talking about just that they wouldn't convert that one little portion. It's a really tiny portion. It's actually in the part that we would have for the setback anyways. So
Okay.
it wouldn't affect it at all in that terms
Okay.
of developing that parcel. So it actually falls within that wetland portion that's there already.
Okay. And then you might as well stay there. I have a few questions. Regarding the area down near Brother Jonathan where we requested it be changed from open space to single family, and they've denied that or are proposing
Yeah,
to
it
deny
really-
that because of the severity of the bluff area.
Did you get a chance to drive by and take a look? It's
I'm curious, is it the area like across from where Charles lives?
yeah. If you look at that parcel, I don't know that it can even be developed. And I think that was kind of.
Well, that was my question. Why did we request it be?
I guess we'd have to go back in our way back time machine to 2003. I don't, what they proposed back then, what they're really thinking. So.
Okay. All right.
That was and the coastal staff, I think we talked about this one. It's kind of an odd situation. I think the city, I think the zoning and land use are inconsistent right now. And I believe that the LCP amendment was trying to be changed to make those two consistent. The coastal staff suggesting leave it as it is, which is still an inconsistent situation. But I think that's why it came up, trying to get consistency between land use and zoning. And I don't know how that happened, how those became inconsistent. That does probably go way back.
Right. Well, it makes sense to me. When they built that long greenhouse, I was wondering who would, in their right mind, do that.
But I think that's why it was in there.
And if I was on the commission then, I believe that's correct, that Will Kaplinger, we were trying to get consistency in our zoning.
Right.
That's why we were doing that,
Right.
is developing more consistency in the zoning.
And in reference to the in reference to the floodplain information that we recently received from the, where did we get that letter from?
It was Senator Feinstein's office.
Okay. Saying that we could actually, I'll wait. Thank you. Saying that we could actually appeal that process. How would that then fit into if, for instance, the Coastal Commission determines that we have to abide by this, the tide situation and having to build those buildings up the 17 feet or whatever it may be? How would that affect if we were able to appeal that and win?
I'm going to take a shot at answering this, and then Gary and Bob and Jim can also chime in. I think they're separate processes. I think that what the letter from Senator Feinstein's office was referencing was FEMA regulations.
FEMA regulations.
Yeah, and that would not necessarily have an impact on Coastal Commission.
But wasn't the outcome of that when we discussed it like a year ago, that the FEMA regulations were going to impact how high we were going to have to build?
Yeah, both actually do. I mean, the sea level rise planning that the Coastal Commission is requiring could have an impact on the height of buildings. The FEMA regulations involving flood control and flood preparation also could have, and they're two separate tracks from two separate agencies.
It is FEMA.
That's right.
Yeah, I know it's FEMA, but I was just curious if one says we can build at this height and the other says we can build at this height, how does that work?
Well,
You're
I don't-
stuck with the most restrictive.
Yeah.
because you've got two, you got one federal and one state agency, and either one has superior jurisdiction to the city.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay, thanks. All right, any other questions for Gary?
Maybe, Madam Mayor, I've got maybe a couple comments, maybe questions later.
Okay.
But as an architect and a council member, I receive numerous input from clients, developers, and citizens, and it usually pertains to the notion of a sweet and sour relationship between the Coastal Commission, the city jurisdictions, and the public sector. So I applaud that we're having this dialogue and communication here directly today. But I am concerned, you know, I've seen photographs from our harbor in the early 70s. And then if you see a photograph, and this was on postcards, and you see a photograph of the harbor today in 2010, it looks like a ghost from the past. And it's interesting that in doing a little research, I think I came up with that we have something like 176, 180 acres of waterfront in our city. That's a huge amount of waterfront and a lot of access. We also have literally miles of beaches to the south of our harbor. So to me, it's about partnership and reasonableness. On some level, I feel like there's a reaction today on the part of the Coastal Commission that maybe is a reaction to what happened in the past and maybe in other jurisdictions in Central California or Southern California. And somehow we seem to be being asked to pay a pretty heavy price. I think it's important to note that we're almost exclusively dependent on fishing and logging in another lifetime, and we're transitioning to tourism now. So everything has changed. In the meantime, the harbor represents an economic engine to this community that's unparalleled. And the input that I get is that there's a great interest for mixed-use developments that would also include housing. And I think that it's different in our case here because we have such a large, vast waterfront exposure, if you will. And there's something about the potential of living units and stakeholders at that waterfront that helps create a critical mass, security and safety, and a sense of community, which is greatly lacking. So I just offer these observations that to me it is about a partnership, and it's about reasonableness. I mean, you have to remember, we've had a tsunami here, so we're familiar with the history. We have the potential, real potential of a tsunami again in the future. At the same time, a place like San Diego has a great potential for tsunami, where they have low-lying coastal beaches. The difference is they have 1 million people on the coast, and we have 4,000 people maybe in the city total. So we're spending money on emergency systems and safety plans to evacuate people. And it seems to me that something like that is more reasonable than just a hard, fast, no, you can't develop or have mixed use. So I'd just offer those thoughts.
And I'm interested in how it was determined that the piece of property closest to the dredge spoils would be chosen for us to be able to develop versus something more reasonably away from the dredge spoils. And then also my thoughts on the harbor-related issue is that, the harbor has a brand-new master plan, and a lot of that plan deals with harbor-related issues, but also is looking towards developing tourism. And that's where this community is going. And I still, at the same time, recognize that although logging is almost null and void in this area, commercial fishing is still alive and well. And the harbor and the city are working together to make sure that commercial fishing can be prosperous as long as it possibly can, as long as the resources are available. But at the same time, we need to be able to take care of the rest of the community that doesn't depend on fishing. And so I think that's why it's so important for us to be able to have that flexibility in that area. And I do not believe that all of that area needs to be harbor-dependent business. Anything from you, Donna? Okay. Anything else?
No, I just want to point out that we are close to having our MLPA agreement finalized, close to that. We have a resolution on our agenda later tonight, so we're working to protect our resources within the coastline here, and we've done a lot of hard work in the community to protect that, so I hope that the commission will take note of that. We are trying to protect our resources and yet have a smart growth plan in the community, so we're trying to diversify our economic development here in the community, and I hope that you'll understand that as well.
And something I'd just like to point out that I'd like to have addressed at some point this evening, and that is, I'm trying to find where I highlighted it. So I'm not finding it, but the coastal visual part about your jurisdiction on the coastal visual effects of how you can determine how we are going to plan. I noticed in one of the areas where, I can't find it right now, so maybe Eric or Gary are more familiar with where it's at. But I noticed that some of the comments were made based on the visual, and I thought that you didn't have jurisdiction from the waterfront looking in, and maybe I'm wrong, so I'd like to just be educated a little bit better on that.
Mayor, could I make a comment?
Sure.
I think one of the issues relative to restricting land use near the harbor to harbor-related uses is the fact that the harbor itself is entirely harbor-related uses. That's where they're going with their master plan and zoning. And so by restricting city lands to harbor-related uses around the harbor, effectively sets up a competition, whereas the harbor itself would benefit greatly from avoiding that competition and essentially creating a forcing effect where harbor-related uses would be drawn to the harbor itself. And it wouldn't be an issue if the harbor was rapidly developing or was near full development, but it's not. The harbor has a lot of land available for harbor-related uses. And so by allowing but not requiring harbor-related uses on city ground, I think would benefit the harbor and the city as well.
That's a good point. I found my little highlight. It's actually in our memos. Coastal Commission staff is recommending several new provisions to include increased consideration of coastal visual resources, which would result in additional procedures for the review of site design and architectural compatibility of waterfront development. So that I can see where that would be a concern as well.
Madam Mayor, a couple of things came to my attention. I think it's important for the Coastal Commission to understand and remember that the greater region of Del Norte County and Crescent City is 80% public lands and 20% private lands. So there's some very inherent built-in restrictions right there. And then another assessment that I've made is if you look at an aerial photograph of our harbor, I would ask the question, what percentage is asphalt, roads, driveways, parking, and/or gravel parking for RV tourist parking? My guess is it's probably something like 90%. And, you know, when I think of the storms that we have here, the stormwater management, the runoff, and miles of asphalt, it's not very sensitive nor user-friendly.
And when do you want to talk about, just because you say it so much better than I do, but the issue of the tidal surge and the wave and the difference in the land heights, based on the research that you did?
Well, I mean, we had the section 17, whatever the number is, that addresses, and that's from FEMA, that the first ground floor would be at roughly 17 plus 17 feet above the mean tide level. And, you know, that's doable, but I have seen firsthand in 10 years' time here where it has thwarted development directly because it has a direct, relatively significant cost implications. The concept to address the storm surge, tsunami, or wave run-up or flooding would be a French term identified as pilotis, where you elevate a building on a platform, if you will. And it's a common concept in development where land is at a real premium. So you elevate the building, physical building itself, and then park on grade under the building, and you have direct access. So you're taking advantage of the use of the building. In our case, if there was a storm or a tsunami, it would actually wash things or move things, and that's a concern about debris being moved around. But there are things that you can do, earthen berms and the likes, that can probably assist or help in the impact of storm surge and or waves. But just imagine if there's even a higher restriction, literally, that you need to elevate structures at the first floor higher, then that's going to have even more economic implications and have a major impact on development, which is already at a minimum.
Charles, can you also address the sea level rise and the information that you came up with?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. That is something that we had looked into earlier, I think, this year. And yes, in general, the sea is rising, as we understand. On the other hand, NOAA organization has put out a report that specifically identifies that Crescent City, in fact, the landform is rising at a greater rate than the sea level. So, and I guess that's a result of the Cascadia subduction zone and the lifting of one plate by another, and because we're seismically active here. But again, a general statement that the sea is rising may be a true statement. For Crescent City, it seems to be inappropriate relative to putting the public at risk.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess we have about 4 areas of concern. And so Jim or Bob, if you want to join us.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. We're very pleased to be able to be here today and to address the concerns and answer questions. It has been a long process, as you pointed out, from the time the city first started working on the amendment and to this point where the commission is poised to take action on it at the October meeting. With me today, as was pointed out, is Jim Baskin, and he's the analyst that actually did all the real heavy lifting in preparing the report. And we weren't sure the format today, but we had prepared a handout to give, which is somewhat still relevant, I think, to what we're discussing. So I was going to ask Jim if he could pass out the handout to...
I think we have it.
Oh, you have that. Okay, terrific. And what I'll do is I'm not going to follow that because it's clear that wouldn't be a productive use of time completely, but I do want to say a few words kind of about the process and where we are and what happens next and what are the options for the city. And then I'd like to address the major issues of concern that you've raised here today. And then there are, just so you know, the rest of the handout that we have that lists significant proposed LCP changes. That's kind of our summation, roughly in order of significance of the various modifications that we've recommended to the commission. So first of all, I'll talk a little bit about process before we dive into the issues. And where we're at is as Gary and Rod had noted, the commission held its first hearing at the September commission meeting, the one meeting that the commission holds up on the North Coast every year. And we had set it up that way so there could be local input, and we're very happy that Gary and Eric were able to attend and provide comments on behalf of the city. And we had also set it up so the commission could continue the meeting to October, where they really do need to take action. We're at the end of a time frame where the commission is bound to take action at the October meeting. We will certainly take the input that you have tonight into consideration. We've issued our staff recommendation already for the October meeting, which I believe you have in front of you also. But it is possible for us to prepare an addendum or suggest changes at the meeting. And so we're certainly open for consideration of changes that would appear warranted. And it is also an opportunity for the city to testify again or present another comment letter that we would then pass on to the commission as well. And what the commission, the action that it would take, it has different options. What they're essentially doing is reviewing the consistency of this submittal for consistency with the Coastal Act policies. And the Coastal Act is our basic law that governs how permits are approved, what are the policy considerations, how local coastal programs are set up. And generally, the commission, when it reviews LCP updates, it has these options of certifying it as submitted without any proposed changes, certifying it with suggested modifications, which is a lot like a conditional approval, or denial. And we call it suggested modifications because, of course, only the city is the entity that can amend your own land use plan and zoning. But the commission can say that, well, we would find the submittal not consistent, but if you made these changes, these suggested modifications, we think it is consistent. And so if, say, the commission were to certify this with suggested modifications, as we've recommended, then what would happen is the city would have to consider those suggested modifications, have a formal hearing to consider that. If you accepted those modifications, then you would also need to adopt the implementing ordinances and resolutions to change your land use plan and zoning. And if you did that, then there's a process where a copy of those approvals would be sent to us, and we would report to the commission that the city has accepted the modifications, adopted the implementing ordinances, and at that point it would become effective. You also have the option that if there were modifications that you just couldn't accept, you could say, well, we're not going to accept the modifications. If you just did that, then that would effectively mean that the whole amendment doesn't go into effect at all. A third option would be to say that, well, we have some concerns about certain suggested modifications, and we, the city, believe this is an alternative way of reaching the same basic goal. And you could submit the amendment as a resubmittal with the changes to those specific areas. So those are options available to the city. Of course, I guess the fourth option would be that the city could, if they didn't want the commission to take action in October, you could simply withdraw the LCP amendment from consideration. But we really hope that's not the case, because with all the time and effort that's gone into this on the city's part, on our part, and we're so close to having an updated LCP that it'd be a shame in our view to go that route. But that is an option available. Okay, now with that said, maybe I can, unless there's questions at the outset, I can turn to the specific issues that were raised.
Any questions, council? Okay.
Okay. Well, the first two issues, as presented in the city staff memorandum, and which a lot of you have commented on, regards the harbor-related designations, and how we have recommendations that some of the areas that are proposed to be redesignated from harbor-related to visitor-serving uses, that not be followed for the most case, and also the proposed changes to the harbor-related zoning and land use designations themselves that would open up the allowable uses to include not just harbor-related, but more visitor-serving and some residential uses as well. And our concern really stems from provisions in the Coastal Act, first of all, that put a priority on retaining lands that may be needed for what are considered harbor-dependent type uses where they're needed. And there are priority uses for harbor-dependent uses such as shipping, commercial fishing, ship repair and shipbuilding, other uses that by their nature have to have a harbor location. And then there are priorities too for uses that are related to serving those kinds of uses. And in looking at this, we realize that it's very evident that the harbor uses aren't what they were. Absolutely, we fully recognize that perhaps the land that was set aside under the city's original LCP for these uses, perhaps all of it may not be needed in the future, and that there definitely are some shortcomings with what people thought would happen and what's actually transpired. Our recommendation is not so much that we're saying that, oh no, all of that land must be retained for those uses, as much as it is a recommendation that, well, how do we know how much is appropriate to reduce, if at all, but how much is appropriate to be reduced? We have a similar issue in Humboldt County. Around Humboldt Bay, there's a huge amount of land, both in the city of Eureka and Humboldt County, that's designated for coastal dependent industry, the same kinds of uses. And a lot of that land is going unused because there isn't as much demand there as perhaps here for those kinds of uses. And what we've recommended to them is what we are suggesting here, that before the inventory of those lands is reduced, and these are lands which they're the only ones next to the harbor where you can do some of these uses. Before that's reduced, there really needs to be a long-term look at, well, what is the demand for that land in the future? What are the projections for commercial fishing, for shipping, for coastal dependent industry use in the future? It may very well turn out that there's a whole lot less need than there is now, and it would be appropriate to reduce it. But at this point, we don't seem to have information that really takes a concerted look at that to determine how much land is needed. And then on top of that, the issue is, okay, if you can reduce it, perhaps you need to reserve certain sites because they are optimal. If you have access, say, if you're immediately adjacent to a harbor-dependent use, or there's some particular way that land can be used, that no other parcel can be used in that way, that you need to look at, okay, of those lands that perhaps could be reduced, what are the priority lands you want to keep? And so our recommendation is essentially that we not rush into changing those designations until there has been an evaluation done as to, well, what land is truly needed? What's the horizon for the next 20 years? And our recommendation is that we not approve those changes until there has been some sort of an evaluation done. And that's the idea is that perhaps the city would go forward in conjunction with the harbor and take a good hard look at what the needs really are, what parcels are most important to keep. And then with that information, that would provide the commission a basis for saying, okay, it's been examined, evaluated, and this is how we think it's appropriate, and the city thinks it's appropriate to reduce the inventory of what are considered priority uses under the Coastal Act. There is the 2.2 acre parcel that includes the old ice plant property that the mayor mentioned, which we are recommending be allowed to be converted to from harbor related to the visitor serving use. That site, we felt that since that is of all those lands immediately adjacent to the harbor, since it doesn't have harbor frontage itself, it's directly on Highway 101. The ice plant use apparently is being accommodated with other facilities closer into the harbor. We felt that, there's certainly a need perhaps to reduce, and if we do, that may be one site that would be the least needed and would have the most benefit for other kinds of development. So our recommendation does allow for that site to be converted. So that's essentially the staff recommendation related to those two issues of changing designations for harbor related and opening up the harbor related. We think they're both linked and they're kind of one and the same. Let's figure out what's really needed for the long run before we go about allowing these lands to be converted to other uses.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Have you seen the harbor master plan?
I have not read it myself. I know Jim has seen it.
I'm just curious if you determined that that master plan was not sufficient enough to accommodate harbor-related businesses.
Well, my understanding, and Jim can correct me or add to what I have to say, is that that's a vision of the future as to what the harbor district would think would be appropriate. And it may very well be, but what it doesn't really provide is the analysis of, well, how much land, what are the projections, of how commercial fishing is going to decrease, increase. What about shipping? Is that going to increase or decrease? We think that the actual analysis of what the projections are is kind of a key component that may still be needed. Certainly that'll be part of the information that would be very helpful for a review like that.
So does the commission have the funding to fund such a study?
The commission doesn't have funds to do any LCP planning. In the early days of the commission, that was part of our program that the commission was able to pass through grants to local government. I think the city probably used a grant with the original LCP. There was a short time when the budget was in better shape in the early 2000s when we had some funds available. But unfortunately, as much as we would love to be able to have money to pass on, it's just not in the budget. And
then you comment that we haven't done this study to provide you with the information that this land would be better suited for visitor services. Yet I don't see on the opposite side a study that says that it would be better used for harbor-related businesses.
Well, I guess the way we view it is that currently the land is designated and zoned for harbor-related, and the city is proposing a change.
Right.
And so we think that in order to change from the status quo, one needs to support that change. And as I say, we don't disagree with the notion that what had been planned before may be completely outdated, and we're not saying that for the long term no land should be converted. In fact, as I said, there is one parcel that we're recommending be converted, but it's more a sense of being able to make the findings under the Coastal Act that this priority use that's in an area that's already designated for a priority use is appropriate to change.
Okay, and then my last comment on that is, wouldn't it be more reasonable to allow both uses and let the city decide which is going to better suit our community?
Well, I think that kind of gets to the root of the nature of the whole coastal process, where it's an effort, where it's a collaboration between the state government and local government, the Coastal Act adopted, for better or worse, a kind of a statewide perspective on coastal planning, at a time when there wasn't that kind of statewide influence. And it sets up this process of local governments preparing the local coastal plans and amendments, and then the commission reviewing those for consistency with the Coastal Act. So it's incumbent on the commission to fulfill its role under the Coastal Act to evaluate whether the changes that are proposed are consistent with the Coastal Act. But it's certainly meant to be, and we've endeavored to try to make it a partnership in terms of how it's developed and how it's implemented.
Right, I understand that. I just think the fact that the commercial fishing industry in itself, the continued environmental regulations that are brought to cities on a yearly basis that we have to meet, the fact that we are now going through this MLPA process, and our community has done a wonderful job of coming together and deciding on one suggested plan to move forward. Those kinds of things to me seem like they would elevate the fact that we need to start zoning our land to better serve our areas to for our own economic development. And so the fact that the fishing industry, although Crescent City is still one of the top ports on the coast when it comes to crab landings and some other things, it's just declining, and the resources are declining, and the environmental regulations are being raised, and the MLPA process is now in place to even further protect. And so I don't see how more harbor-related businesses within the city's jurisdiction is as prominent as if they were in the harbor and left there so that the harbor itself can develop and survive as well.
I have a question in terms of your concept of an analysis. How formal would you want it if we were to be able to do an analysis for your meeting next week? That would be kind of a quick, so how technical and how formal would you want it to be?
Well, I think we would, what we envisioned is something that would provide a more comprehensive sort of look at it than could probably be developed in just a week. I think it's looking at, it may be something that might require consultant services, but it would be something that looks at available information, looks at trends in the industries, the fishing industry, commercial fishing, and comes up with some reasoned evaluation as to what seems to be the need in the future. And that, I think, while we don't have there is no required format or required list of exact things that need to be addressed in a particular manner, what we're looking for is for some sort of comprehensive review. And I think it would be, that wouldn't be the kind of review that would be possible to do within a week. That doesn't mean it has to be something that's going to take 10 years, but I think we'd be looking for something more than that to be able to, to really, not only for it to be produced, but for us to evaluate it, make a recommendation to the commission, and for the commission to consider it.
So because this council is new to this process, would it be possible for us then to disagree on this change and to move forward with our position?
Yeah, the different options, as I was starting to allude to early, if there is a disagreement, if whatever the commission does, the council disagrees with the commission's action, when the commission takes action, we'll be transmitting to you the documentation of what they did and what are the specific suggested modifications. If you disagree with a particular suggested modification, the council can either say, okay, we can't accept this, we're not going to change the land use plan and zoning, and that's the end of the amendment, and it never takes effect. Or if you have an alternate way of reaching the same goal, if you think that, well, it's not necessary to delete those changes, we think if you do this other approach and it still is going to meet the Coastal Act mandate to protect priority uses, the city has the option of resubmitting the LCP amendment with whatever those changes are. But it has to be, reasonably related to the goals of what the commission was trying to do, which in this case is to, ensure that priority uses for coastal dependent industry, commercial fishing, commercial shipping are protected into the future.
That just I'm learning as I'm going here. So how does how do land uses within a city's jurisdiction become your priority versus protecting the coastline and open space and access?
Well, we think of the Coastal Act as, mostly dealing with this coastal permit process and setting mandates that development shall, be done in a way that it avoids filling of wetlands or be done in a way to protect views or protect sensitive habitat. But in addition to those kinds of policies, the Coastal Act has policies too that say that there are certain uses that by their nature have to be located on the waterfront. You can't put a shipping terminal inland. It's got to be on the waterfront. And so it has policies that say that those kinds of uses that are given priority over residential, over other kinds of commercial uses, and that they need to be considered in evaluating appropriate land uses. So that's part of the Coastal Act, and those are the policies that we're referring to that give rise to our recommendation that we say, well, at this point in time, we don't believe that it's that the necessary information has been developed to support that change, but let's take another look at it in the future. When that information comes forward, then perhaps there would be a basis for saying that it is consistent with the priority use policies.
I wasn't really quite through. I'm not sure if he would be willing and available and have the time, but our harbor master has he's a PhD in economics, so if he were to be able to just give us a cursory notion of our land use, I don't know, just to give us an idea of, where we may or may not be able to argue a point and then submit that to you. I don't know if that's even possible before we went and hired a consultant to submit to you, just to get us started so that we know what we need to do in order to move forward. I don't even know if Mr. Young Dr. Young would be able to do that, but I mean, that would, I don't know, we have one harbor commissioner here in the audience, but I mean, would you even consider something like that? I mean, I don't even know if he's available to do that, but before we start saying yes or no, he's been in the commercial fishing business. His father was a fisherman. I mean, my father knew him. I mean, it seems like reasonable to just ask him, where is it that we might or might not want to do something like that? I don't know if he's even available, but just to get us started here before we go and hire consultants and hold up this whole process, if he were willing to do it, that's before we even get going here.
Well, perhaps maybe where that might lead is, if the commission were to adopt the staff recommendation as it is on this issue, and the suggested modifications came back to the city, perhaps one way the city could say, well, we want to resubmit and we're getting to the same goal, is to prepare this kind of evaluation and make the changes based on that information and resubmit that. It doesn't necessarily have to be something done by a consultant. Any knowledgeable source is what we're after. And I'm sure there's a lot of expertise on the Harbor Commission staff and the harbor commissioners themselves that could certainly be an important part of that. But I suppose one approach might be to say, okay, Coastal Commission, we don't accept that mod, but we're going to resubmit with an alternate approach, which might include having done a a comprehensive review of what's needed and saying that, okay, we've done that, so we know that what's really needed to protect priority uses is X, and it's perfectly fine to go forward with the changes that you decide to go forward with. But I don't see that there would be anything like that would be, at a level that would really be doable between now and next Thursday, which is when October 18th is.
I don't know.
Eric,
is
when
when
did
the
we,
commission
Hold
considers it.
everything up and just,
when did we actually get this final plan from the Coastal Commission?
I don't even know if that's possible, but it just,
I guess my question would be, we already discussed this prior to this.
I guess my question would be for Bob, too. We say this goes through as is, and we work with the harbor to come up with that plan. Then what's the process after that for getting the change, for changing the zoning? We just resubmit that to you guys, and we take it forward again?
there's certainly a vested partner with
The
this.
harbor plan, the plan, I'm assuming, refers to the area within the county right now that's not actually part of the city. Then that, if it is annexed to the city, it really can't become part of your LCP in an enforceable way. It could be perhaps guidance. So that plan, it's a decision, I think, for the county with the current arrangement of it not being annexed to the city to decide whether they wish to submit an amendment to the commission for certification that would add that to their LCP. If and when the city decided to annex the lands, it would be within the city limits and within the scope of your LCP, and it would be the same process of submitting that plan for certification. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not, but
That's a different topic, really.
How would it work, Bob, if let's say the commission approves commission staff recommendation, we want to come back and submit that alternative plan you were talking about, how long do we have to make that happen?
The Coastal Act provides for that process, once the commission's acted and transmitted the
About 6
final action,
months.
is 6 months, although that can be extended for a year, so 18 months. And the idea is that with the resubmittal is that you get more priority for consideration by the commission than, say, a brand new amendment that someone else is submitting, because it's and really that would be our desire, knowing how long this process has been. If that's the way the city goes, we would certainly endeavor to, and it would be relatively easy for the commission to bring it back to the commission, because presumably it would be focused on fewer issues than what this whole LCP amendment covers.
What is your rule? I mean, what are the rules you have to follow on how much time you have to adopt a revision?
In terms of a resubmittal?
I'm just curious. I mean, I've only been on the council for 4 years, so I'm wondering how we got to 7 years without our plan being addressed.
Right. Well, there were, and I should say that both Jim and I were around when Diane Munchie was working on the first plans with Larry Mentier and Associates, and we had a number of meetings back then too, providing input on possible policies that were being proposed. After it was submitted, there was a long period of time where there's a back and forth on getting the submittal deemed to be complete. There's certain requirements for filing an LCP amendment request. There was an exchange of letters over the years related to, well, we need more information on these particular issues, and it was whittled down, and eventually, I guess about 18 months ago, it was deemed to be fully complete. And so when it's deemed complete, then the commission has, they have actually 3 months to adopt it, but the commission can extend it by a year. And we, like city government, the state's been hit pretty hard with budget cuts too. And these, as you can tell by the volume of material, these things are a considerable amount of work for our staff. And it came in around the same time as we were considering 2 or 3 other LCP updates. So we needed more time than the 3 months. And then as we were drawing closer, we felt it'd be important to have a hearing somewhere on the North Coast, so we targeted the Eureka meeting, which is only once a year, which was last month, and prepared our recommendation prior to that with the idea that the Commission wouldn't necessarily act until October to give more time for folks to consider what we recommend.
Okay. So we're just like 3 months past what's allowable by law?
No, the deadline, the Commission, after 3 months, after it was deemed complete, within that 3-month time, the Commission extended the time that the Commission itself has to review it by a year. That year will
Right.
be up towards the end of October, after the October meeting. So we don't have the opportunity to go past October, and that's why the Commission needs to take some sort of action on what's before it in October.
Have we interrupted you enough?
Oh, no, that's quite, I appreciate the
That's
questions.
what we're here
I want
for.
to address the things that you're most interested in, so by all means, please ask other questions as I go. Okay, I think it was at the point where I talked about the harbor-related issue, both items 1 and 2 in your city's memo, and so that brought us to sea level rise and tsunami response. And I'll focus on tsunami response for a moment, and I wanted to clarify what it is that our recommendation actually would do. There's mention as to how the floor level of all development would have to be above the tsunami wave run-up zone, and that's partially correct. The suggested modifications would say that in situations where new residential lots are created through the subdivision process, that no new residential lots can be created unless it would be feasible to provide for a floor level that would be 1 foot above the tsunami wave run-up area. And that's in recognition of the fact that there's an existing lot pattern. That was set a long time ago. We can't do anything about that. It wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to do anything about that. But it's only in situations where new residential subdivisions occur or lot splits where new lots are being created. And for those, our recommendation is that the floor level has to be at that 1 foot above the tsunami wave run-up level, and that the structure that's being built has to be designed to standards so that the building will withstand the force of the tsunami. I mean, it's no good to require that the floor level be a certain height if the building's going to collapse. In addition to that, since that really only deals with residential development, and obviously there's all kinds of uses in tsunami wave run-up zones, the basic provisions are recommending essentially what the city already does and is a leader in terms of coastal cities up and down the West Coast and around the world, which is to rely on notification and evacuation. And so there are policies that that call for those kinds of plans to be developed at the project level as well and integrated with the city's overall plan. And there is the one project so far that the Commission has reviewed in the city that had its own LCP amendment was Costa Norte. Randy Baugh was the developer, and Jim has been in touch with Randy Baugh, and they're in the process of designing their structure. There are codes developed with regard to building in the resiliency of the design to withstand the forces that Hawaii, as you might imagine, has been a leader in that, and there are design standards that the Costa Norte project is borrowing from their codes and developing their plans. And so it is limited to, the residential use in terms of having the floor level above a certain level. And it's a fairly new policy. I think in recent years the concern has been heightened by all the events around the world that have led to that. The Indonesian earthquake and the terrible tsunami, the events like Katrina, which is obviously not tsunami related, but still has the same kind of impact. And the Commission has existing policies in the LCP, in the Coastal Act, that say that new development shall not create risk and shall not contribute to risk of hazards from geologic events and flood hazards. And the Commission, in reviewing the Del Norte County LCP, adopted the same kinds of suggested modifications for the county. And we have another amendment on the agenda in October from Humboldt County to address planning for the Samoa Peninsula and the town of Samoa. And that also is recommended as part of that amendment. And the commission is now trying to uniformly apply that up and down the coast. So it is a fairly recent policy, so you will find that there's older LCPs that don't have anything like that. But that's mainly because it's the concern has been heightened more recently, and it's the evolution of the coastal program that the commission felt that that'd be appropriate to start considering from now on.
Can you address Mr. Slurt's information about the difference in Crescent City versus
Yes,
other?
thank you for reminding me of that. And Jim can help me if he will, but my understanding is that for all of the studies about sea level rise over the past 10, 15, 20 years up until recently had pointed to essentially a steady increase in sea level rise at a flatline projection where it may go up at a rate of about 8 inches per century. And with the more recent concern about global warming and all of the new studies that have been done, that's been shown to be incorrect, that really what you have is a kind of an exponential curve that, it's gradually rising now, and 100 years from now it's going to rise at an ever-increasing rate as more and more of the ice caps are melting and sea level is rising. And I think it is true that when you looked at the older projections of sea level rise of the 8 inches per century, it is certainly true that this area in general is uplifting due to with the plate tectonic activity that's occurring, and I believe that the rate of uplift was higher than that 8 inches per century rate of sea level rise. But with the newer projections of sea level rise that are ranging anywhere from 4 feet to on up to dozens of feet or 30 feet or more, and with the increase occurring towards the latter part of the century in a curve, that you quickly get to a point where that 8-inch projection is being out. It doesn't apply anymore, and the rate of uplift is no longer sufficient to account for the higher rate of sea level rise. And so since this is a document that's looking at least 20 years in the future, and buildings that are built often have a design life of 75 to 100 years. Our policies are geared towards looking at the long-term end of that, and so we're recognizing that even with the uplift, there still is going to be sea level rise.
So how do you guys deal with the economic impacts of that? Do you consider that, especially in a small town like Crescent City that sits right on the water?
There isn't a provision in the Coastal Act that requires an economic, cost-benefit analysis of policy changes. Certainly, I think we look at it that, to not consider sea level rise has its own economic consequences in terms of, if development is built that can't sustain, can't survive because of sea level rise, that there are huge economic consequences to that. But there is not there isn't the Coastal Act doesn't explicitly state that the economic considerations have to be equated at a particular level or taken into account in that fashion.
Any questions?
It still seems to me that the dilemma is this council had brought before it earlier this year a new state provision requiring landscape watering management. And it was for the entire state, one broad stroke. And it was absolutely an appropriate response for Central California and Southern California. It absolutely had nothing to do with Northern California, and yet it was imposed on us. So as a council, we recognized that the state said, yeah, this is the new state regulation, and then we offered our opposition. And I think we're choosing, from a reality standpoint, to continue to basically conduct business as we had before, because that provision or law had nothing to do with this community. And it seems to me that, I mean, the fact that the Coastal Commission basically doesn't have to consider the economic conditions, it puts things on such a different level. We're a unique setting, a unique context in region and community. And it seems to me that density would have everything to do with the equation or issues. But when things are painted with a broad stroke, then we're just painted into a corner, if you will. Again, the Central Coast or the Southern California coast, where there's literally millions of people that are at exposure. The city of New Orleans was built below sea level, so you have millions of people at exposure. It's a very different consideration when you have a relative handful of people. And supposedly these means, I mean, when they had the recent earthquake somewhere in the South Pacific, and we had a warning for 12 hours or something, and you could literally see it on television, CNN, where the waves were, and we were getting reports from Hawaii, and we had all of our emergency people out for the city and the county warning people. It seemed to me that there's been provisions put in place to address, again, isn't it really about public safety? And it just seems that it's an overkill for our community.
Well, and I appreciate what you're saying about, you know, the statewide perspective versus local consideration. And, you know, one area where that seems to also hit home is with regard to wetlands. Obviously, in Southern California, there's far fewer wetlands than we have up here, and the policies are very restrictive. But in seeing that they had disappeared in the South, the wisdom, I guess, at the time was that well, all wetlands statewide had to be protected to the same degree. And that's not to say that wetlands shouldn't be protected, but you have these regional differences that you know, highlight that sometimes the statewide perspective you know, looks as if it's being applied unequally. But you know, the commission did, thanks to your staff presenting these concerns at the September meeting, they did a good job of presenting front and center that this is a concern to the city. And the commission did provide some feedback, and I think the most of the comments centered around that, well, you know, that with regard to the tsunami issue, that this is the one part of the state where we've had the most significant damage from tsunamis, and there's a sense that you know, there needs to, this is particularly the area where some sort of policy needs to be imposed. But that being said, as I mentioned earlier, it isn't, Crescent City isn't being targeted as the only place. These policies now, although they're recent policies and a lot of older LCPs don't have them, we are applying them as LCPs come up for updating. And I mentioned the Samoa LCP amendment, and they're using it in other places too. But.
Any other questions? I'm going to move on to the next issue.
Sure. Okay, with regard then, I think that brings us to the ESHA setback issue and the 100 feet. What we're recommending, as was summarized by Gary, is that the commission require that there be a 100-foot setback from environmentally sensitive habitat areas, although it can be reduced to a level less than that if it's demonstrated that a smaller setback would be sufficient. And that is, although it's not entirely uniform, there's some older LCPs that don't have those provisions. In the vast majority of local coastal programs up and down the state, they have these kinds of provisions. And our recommendation includes, you know, the criteria that ought to be looked at when a development is proposed with a less than 100-foot setback. The other thing to keep in mind is that the the Coastal Commission, obviously the city, we're all affected by the takings clause of the Constitution, and we find that there are some instances that come up where it isn't possible to provide a 100-foot setback or reduced setback that's deemed appropriate, and still be able to meet the development-backed expectations for a property. And there are often times where the commission will say, well, even applying the Coastal Act policies, we think that a bigger buffer would be needed, so it's not consistent with those policies, but commission obviously can't do something unconstitutional, and so it will develop findings that allow for a reduced buffer beyond what is, from a habitat standpoint, might be viewed as appropriate to avoid a takings. So that's always an option that's available as well if there's really that kind of situation where to require that would result in a taking of the property. We do note that the LCP amendment as submitted has two different standards. There is one standard in one location that proposes a 100-foot setback. There is another one that proposes a 50-foot setback where it can be reduced. We felt that the 100 feet is appropriate based on what the commission has commonly been applying elsewhere and what other LCPs have been requiring.
What is the foundation for that decision? Tell me why an additional 50 feet is that much more important than 50 feet.
Well, the 100 feet is, there's from the early days, there's been kind of a judgment of the scientific community that to have an effective buffer that's going to provide for things like, ensuring that there's sufficient distance from wildlife that might be using a habitat so they're not disturbed, that there's sufficient distance to provide for means of preventing runoff from affecting the habitat, to address, other ways that an adjoining development can affect the ESHA, that there's been general agreement that 100 feet is appropriate. Now, there have been some specific studies done in very specific applications. I'm aware of one with regard to cormorants, for example, where someone has gone out and measured the effects of human disturbance on a cormorant nesting area that suggested that 100 feet was appropriate. I should tell you that 100 feet is based on a variety of sources of information. It's not, but you have to have a standard, and so you have to come up with a standard that's applicable. And 100 feet has generally been the commonly accepted distance for an ESHA setback.
For how long?
Well, the interpretive guidelines that the Commission put out back in the early days of the program, when communities were starting to develop their local coastal programs, the Commission produced this guidance that local communities could use, and it suggests that there be a 100-foot setback, and it also provides for this mechanism of providing a reduced setback if, when you look at the exact situation on the ground, if a smaller setback is appropriate. And those were produced in 1981, so I know it's been at least as long as that.
And what is our current policy? Eric?
Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
I believe...
I'm sorry, I couldn't...
So,
you can correct me. I believe that it's a 50-foot setback,
so
specific to wetlands. And it's...
So could it, if we resubmitted it to, say, 100-foot setback with conditional exceptions, would that be more acceptable then?
Well, I think that's basically what we're recommending.
Okay,
that
good.
100-foot, but it is possible to reduce it if you can, in a particular project, you can demonstrate that a reduced buffer would be appropriate. There were some comments from commissioners at the hearing in September that they were concerned that, well, there ought to be a floor, that in reducing it, that you ought to have a minimum of at least 50 feet. We haven't adopted that idea from our commissioners, and I'm sure there'll be some discussion about that at the October meeting. But what we're recommending is 100 feet that can be reduced without a floor if certain criteria looked at demonstrate that it's appropriate.
I was just curious how we were able to get along with 50 feet if you've been using 100 feet as a policy since 1981.
It's guidance. The Crescent City LCP originally was adopted, I believe, in 1983, so that was after the guidance. But I think in all of the years since then, and in the Commission's experience in looking at projects, 100 feet has become more and more the accepted idea as to what's needed.
And this leads to my other concern. I wear another hat sitting on the airport commission, and you've determined that certain trees and brush were determined ESHA. So, I mean, our entire county is trees and brush. So I'm really concerned that this 100-foot, when it comes to just the general land use planning for maybe someone to even build a home, is going to cause an issue if they have a tree on their property that you've determined to be ESHA.
Yeah, not all vegetation, trees and brush is considered environmentally sensitive habitat. At the airport, there was a particular habitat type that definitely affected the project. You're absolutely right. But
which tree was that?
Well, it was a community. It was the Sitka spruce community in that area.
Sitka spruce beech pine combination has some statewide rarity that raised it to the level of all homes being the definition of ESHA.
And there were wetlands within that too, and habitat for red-legged frog. So there is a definition of environmentally sensitive habitat that's included in our suggested modifications, and there's a lot of areas with trees and brush and vegetation that's not at all considered environmentally sensitive habitat. But where it is, it would impose those limits.
But our county has spruce and pine trees in a lot more areas than just our airport area, so that's why I'm concerned.
Yeah, but it isn't just the fact that there's a spruce tree in a particular property. It's the factors related to the community that it's in and the types of vegetation, types of wildlife that it supports. It's not just merely anywhere you have a Sitka spruce. It's an environmentally sensitive habitat.
Thank you. And then any other questions on the setback, Charles?
Actually, Bob, I'd like to address, this is one of those areas of inconsistency that we were talking about earlier. Locally here, we have a place that is absolutely a no man's land, and yet it falls within the Coastal Commission jurisdiction. And I'm talking about Elk Creek. And it's a place for homeless people. They're encamped there. The law enforcement really isn't able to address the issue. So there's trash, there's drugs, there's debris, there's crime, there's urination, and everything that goes with it. And this is absolutely a no man's land, and yet it's actually highly sensitive, and everybody seems to look the other way. So here we are looking the other way on something that is very real in our community. In the meantime, we're killing or choking off other areas that fall, I guess, under the same general category. So that consistency issue is an issue for us.
Well, certainly there are those kinds of problems, and that's all up and down the state, and especially around Eureka and Humboldt County as well. And there's no doubt that that's a problem. I think the Coastal Act, in our view, would suggest that the appropriate way to respond to that is not to necessarily eliminate the habitat, but to find other solutions, whether it's enforcement. It's going to be a continuing problem, but it's not limited to those areas also. There are these kinds of problems that are pervasive through society.
It's really quite beautiful. I've seen river otter swimming there, and the pelicans hang out when the herring are running, and it's really quite beautiful at the mouth of Elk Creek, so it can be pretty, even though, despite all the problems that we have with it.
Anything else? B is where the coastal visual resources is brought up.
Yeah, and basically what our recommendation does is a couple of things. There is a policy in the Coastal Act that says that new development shall be designed to protect coastal views, to minimize alteration of landforms, and to be compatible with the surrounding area. And what our recommendation does is to incorporate a policy in the land use plan that would mirror those same provisions of the Coastal Act policy. And then there are provisions added to the implementation zoning that would require that certain information be submitted when someone goes to apply for a coastal permit, and then provisions that when permits are being reviewed by the design review board and by the city in general on issuing a coastal permit, that they take those provisions into account. The standards are that subjective. It's hard to quantify beauty, but there are these general provisions which indicate that those kinds of visual resources just need to be taken into account. So this is a policy that, for whatever reason, was not included in the original LCP. I don't know why. I wasn't around at that time. But it is something that was added to the when the Hampton Inn was approved with an LCP amendment. It was added for that particular area and also for Costa Norte. And it's a provision that is generally found in almost all LCPs, but it isn't in the existing certified LCP. And coastal protection, coastal visual protection is one of the primary policy considerations under the Coastal Act, and so we felt it'd be important to add that in this case.
Can we clarify the coastal visual? Is that from the land going out or the ocean looking in? Because that's my concern in the difference.
Well, the policies are first of all they're oriented toward public views, and they're not necessarily to take into account a neighbor's view who might be blocked by a particular development. That's not to say the city can't deal with that in other ways, but that's not what's going on. It's the idea of looking at, in terms of view protection, it's views to and along the coast. In terms of compatibility with the surrounding area, then you do look around you to see what's existing to determine whether what's proposed is somehow compatible with that. But the view protection is to and along the coast. And the compatibility goes to the area within the context within which development is proposed. Now, earlier you'd raised questions about the jurisdiction and how that works. The coastal zone that is administered both by the Coastal Commission and the city for the areas that are offshore, that are tidally influenced or somehow subject to the public trust, then those are within the direct jurisdiction of the commission. And those might include a lot of Beachfront Park, because it was formerly tidal, is subject to the public trust. And so the commission has jurisdiction over a large part of the park. But in areas along, say, Pebble Beach Drive, where you have a distinct bluff, there's no public trust there, and those are within the city's jurisdiction.
Is it the Beachfront Park? It's the Coastal Commission, or is it the Lands Commission that has jurisdiction?
Well, there's separate laws and responsibilities. It's really under both, but in terms of Coastal Act responsibilities, the commission has the authority for issuing, responsibility for issuing coastal permits, but state land certainly looks at it from the standpoint of the state's interest as a landowner in terms of its public trust easement, and if there were fee title, the State Lands Commission would be in charge of reviewing issues related to that. So they're kind of different laws that are being implemented there. Now, where the city has coastal permit jurisdiction, there are some areas of the city's coastal zone where projects approved by the city can be appealed to the commission, and other areas where they can't. And there's a variety of geographic areas. If you're between the first through public road and the sea, then the project can be appealed to the commission. If it's within 100 feet of a wetland, if it's within 300 feet of the mean high tide, then there's 4 or 5 criteria like that. But not all area in the city's coastal zone is in a geographic appeal area. So in applying these policies, then, it would primarily fall to the city in reviewing coastal permit applications. But if it's project that could be appealed and is appealed to the commission, then the commission would have to consider the consistency of the project with those policies from the local coastal program.
So am I understanding that you're saying that the Coastal Commission does have jurisdiction from the water looking into the city?
Well, it's not quite that simple, is why I didn't answer it directly that way. It's the commission has direct jurisdiction over the water and over the public trust lands like at Beachfront Park, and the city has the jurisdiction over the rest of the coastal zone. But there is this process for appeals where the commission can be involved. But the policy about visual, it's really protecting views. It's essentially views to and along the ocean and the water.
Okay. Any further questions? Oh, well, we didn't include that in our ordinance. He's referring to our wind energy ordinance that we recently adopted, and the Coastal Commission tried to say that you had jurisdiction. I'm talking about them in third party. Sorry, you tried to say that you had jurisdiction from the water looking in. Like maybe we're going to build a big wind farm or something, but these were basically just small wind energy systems that we're allowing in our community.
Yeah, it's a matter of interpretation of the policies. There are instances where certainly if you have a development that happens to have a huge impact on the visual landscape as seen from the water, that could be technically considered, and there have been times where the commission has considered that. In most instances, though, what we're looking at is the issue of views to and along the waterfront, basically, and out to the ocean. But yes, that doesn't mean it can't be looked at. It's just that's generally how it's been interpreted as what's been reviewed.
Yeah, and we didn't include that in our ordinance.
Mayor, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Bob, in the section 7A3, there's a discussion of localized uplift. And it says that residential and commercial development near shore shall analyze potential coastal hazards from erosion, flooding, et cetera, for a range of sea level rise conditions from 3 to 6 feet per century. And then it states the analysis shall also consider localized uplift or subsidence. And I guess, could you tell me in practice how that would work if there is a subduction effect? You indicate that it's kind of overwhelmed by the ongoing sea level rise, but what if there was an expert analysis that showed that there was, say, 1.5 feet or 2 feet per century of subduction uplift? Would developers be allowed to factor that into their plans?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it goes to what Councilman Slur was saying, that you have to look at the local condition and the uplift that's going on, because some areas you don't have that uplift, and the relative effect of sea level rise is going to be much greater. So that's specifically why we included that, is to make sure that uplift be considered, or in some places, you may have subsidence, which has to be considered too.
Okay. Another question. The city of Crescent City is a relatively small and discrete section of the coastal zone. Would it be acceptable in the long run to actually map all the ESHA that's within the Crescent City coastal zone so there isn't this uncertainty? Because, a big problem at the airport was that there was a lot of conflicting expert opinion about whether or not that was ESHA or not, and the airport spent $650,000 before being informed that in your expert's opinion it was ESHA. And that was, I think, a big part of the friction. I think if the airport had known from day one that this was going to be determined to be ESHA, things could have developed a little differently. So would it be possible or acceptable in the Commission's eyes to, maybe not as part of this LCP process, but somewhere down the road, to actually map the ESHA so everybody knows what we're talking about?
Well, a map like that can be helpful, but it only can go so far. I mean, most jurisdictions have not chosen to do that because the expense of actually creating such a map of each and every parcel in the coastal zone can be quite considerable, and generally they've chosen to say that when some development proposal comes forward, it's important to evaluate it on the site. But if a map, and a lot of LCPs, though, do have at least generalized maps where they've identified the known environmentally sensitive habitat areas, which can be extremely helpful because it provides guidance on what's known, at least at that point. But it can't be definitive because the landscape can change over time. There are situations where wetlands will be reduced or expanded. There are rare plants that sometimes will be added to lists of threatened and endangered species. Those are generally ESHA. And so the Commission has not supported LCPs, including one map that forevermore defines exactly what's ESHA and everything else is not, because the Coastal Act provides that wherever there is ESHA, you've got to protect it. But it can be helpful in the sense of at least reducing some of the questions about where there's ESHA.
And again, some of the regulations that are instilled upon us by your commission are not, there's no funds that are recoverable for meeting those regulations.
I wish I could say that there is under the Coastal Act currently, but there really isn't. The Commission has generally pushed to include that as they had in the past, but in this budget world, it's...
Thinking maybe you guys could pay for that first 17 feet of development for everybody. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh.
I'd like to offer maybe a summary notion. Clearly, the Coastal Commission has their regulations and their mission and their mandate. And I'm concerned that we still, because of the unique character of our community, that there's still, it's not a completely mutually beneficial relationship. For us, and I mean, you were pretty clear tonight, the Coastal does not consider the economics of a region. And for us, it is about jobs and opportunity and economics. It's about survival. And it seems to me that if we don't have logical, reasonable harbor and service corridor development, that we'll have a harbor that has protected retained lands and no people. And that would be a problem.
Yeah. Real quick, I sit on a group called Coastal Cities, and we just had a meeting in San Diego, and just off subject, what is the Coastal Commission's plan to address the Coastal Cities group in the near future?
Well, as you know, that's kind of an ongoing discussion. I guess you meet quarterly with members of our staff. Commission held a workshop a year or so ago where the emphasis is on trying to improve coordination, particularly with regard to LCP amendments. And it's certainly our desire and goal as much as possible to provide as much input as we can early on in the process. There's kind of a tension between what we all would like to see and what we're able to do with our limited staff resources. And I think, my understanding at least, and you know better than I, I'm sure, is the committee is working at ways where specific ways that the Commission can help in the local government process, and adopting LCPs can be identified that are both going to be useful and doable for all parties. But that's certainly a continuing effort, and the dialogue goes on, as you know.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating for us to have this plan for 3 days, prior to, literally 3 days to read this entire thing and try to understand it, have no time with our staff, and to have it being adopted 2 weeks from now without us being able to maybe provide those kinds of pieces of information, that you're asking for. Is certainly a frustration for us. And then to have it adopted in Oceanside, California, versus, somewhere closer where we can have more dialogue or more communication from the public is also a concern.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. That is why we did send out our staff report for the September meeting at the end of August, and specifically targeted the Eureka meeting as an opportunity to provide local input. Unfortunately, the commission only gets up to the North Coast once a year, and so many projects are considered in Southern California venues, and but I appreciate it. It's a lot to digest in a short amount of time, certainly.
Okay.
We do appreciate you being here, and
Absolutely.
I hadn't heard that our submittals were incomplete until tonight, so thank you for letting us know.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. And, we also would like to extend the offer that, if the commission acts in October and adopts something with suggested modifications, if you, as you consider those, if it's helpful for us to return to appear before you to explain what the commission did or what the ideas are, or consider, we'd be happy to do that too. So, and we'll continue to work with your staff as we go through the entire process.
And just one quick thing I just wanted to point out, because it's part of the, will be part of the public document where you refer to the Costa Norte project. You call it the Coastal Norte project, so just a typo.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
We'll note that.
Is that overacting on the spell word?
I'm sure it does not recognize coastal anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob and Jim.
Okay, I'm going to take public comment one more time on this particular. Do you have something new to add, Mr.?
Oh, yeah, a lot to add.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
I want to thank the staff, the Coastal Commission, and my city council members for asking intelligent questions tonight. But as a citizen, I have a concern. Let me explain this. There is one group in this community that many times I believe has undue, I don't know what kind of word to use. I think it's called influence over the Coastal Commission. The problem is the silent majority in this community sometimes is not heard. A good example is what happened out to the airport. But I have some other concerns too, because my city, and a good example of this is my own planning commission, occasionally when they was working on this document, didn't put in the proper legal notices in the newspaper. And in some ways, the recommendations that the harbor, Catherine's suggestion tonight, it's an excellent suggestion. I would hope that you people would decide to accept as not a card-carrying member of the Friends Del Norte. I would hope you would accept these recommendations, work with the Harbor Commission, take Catherine's idea about maybe appealing whatever these people decide down somewhere where I can't fly to make my public comment there because I don't get the support from the North Coast Environmental Center to buy me a plane ticket. And that's sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, the workshop is adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Cooper?
Hello, Eileen Cooper. And the Friends of Del Norte did submit brief comments at the September meeting, and we were curious to see the follow-up. Perhaps successful projects are ones that where the staff and the developer has a clear understanding of our LCP and the principles of the Coastal Act. So, in regard to some of the issues here brought up, tsunami safety issues was a big topic at the September meeting, and it struck me that this community would be well served to have good, safe building standards for economic reasons. If we allow a developer to build something that in 50 years from now is going to be obsolete, that's not going to fare the community very well. The developer may get off on the cheap and walk away with a big profit, but the community is left with an obsolete building in maybe 50 years, and we all wouldn't want that to happen. So I think there are economic benefits to making sure that we have good standards, and just the other comments we submitted, just one page, if you care to look at them at the September hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to adjourn this workshop and give this council about a 3-minute break, and then we will reconvene for our council meeting. Thank you. Okay. Welcome. We just adjourned from a 2-hour meeting with our Coastal Commission, and so thanks for being patient while we took a short break attending the City Council meeting for the City of Crescent City. And Madam Deputy Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Westfall.
Here.
Councilmember Murray.
Here.
Councilmember Slurt.
Here.
And Mayor Shalong.
I'm here, thank you. Okay. Could you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have quite a few proclamations this evening, and we're going to start with a proclamation supporting October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And there you are. Ms. Appel and DJ, you want to come on up?
Hi, I'm Jody Appel, the Director of Harrington House. With me is DJ Ramsey, Operations Manager. And every day at Harrington House, we feel honored and humbled to be able to be surrounded by so many resilient and often inspiring survivors of domestic violence. When our domestic violence program first started 30 years ago, it was only a hotline with a group of volunteers. And back then, the program sometimes consisted of passing a hat around to collect enough money to get a victim to a safe location. Many of you in our community have seen the changes over the years, from just the hotline to our current 28-bed emergency shelter and a domestic violence business center. We couldn't do it alone. We do it in collaboration with many agencies and many, many individuals that provide a much-needed network to support survivors and prevention of domestic violence. During October, in recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month, Harrington House has dressed up the town in purple ribbons. All around town, we have purple ribbons on telephone poles, light poles, basically anything that wasn't moving. And you could find lavender paper bears, we call them bear hugs, hanging up at over 30 businesses in town. This year marks the 15th year that Harrington House's domestic violence program has been operating. Last year, Harrington House provided service to over 900 victims of domestic violence, 3,548 shelter nights, 10,235 meals, and 6,500 individual group counseling sessions. We're holding our annual Cookies for Cops celebration this Thursday, and we'd like to personally invite the council members to come. Mayor Kelly has already agreed to be a guest speaker there, so we hope you all can make it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation.
Oh, was I supposed to wait for that? Sorry.
Whereas domestic violence, once a secret kept among families, is now recognized as a serious crime in our community, and whereas domestic violence has severe consequences for survivors, their children, and families, it impacts the quality of life of the entire community. And whereas stopping the cycle of this crime requires not only the resolve and courage of survivors, but also, but also support and involvement from all of us. And whereas enhanced education, prevention, and intervention helps increase public awareness of the severity and extent of domestic violence. And whereas violence in the home is a problem that affects every socioeconomic level in our society, occurring in wealthy and disadvantaged neighborhoods and involving the employed and unemployed. And whereas domestic violence is generally learned and passed down from one generation to another, and whereas our society pays a high price for domestic violence through homelessness, increased crime rates, drugs and alcohol abuse, increased medical expenses, and business loss. And whereas during the month of October, local, state, and national domestic violence agencies will sponsor events to help us focus public attention on the problem of domestic violence. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Crescent City does hereby proclaim the month of October 2010 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We encourage all residents to dedicate themselves to learning about reducing domestic violence and violence against women in Crescent City, or men. We further encourage all citizens of our community to support Rural Human Services and Harrington House domestic violence programs within our city. Signed by myself, Mayor Kelly Shalong. We actually have 3 proclamations this evening. I think we're going to read one and just note that they are proclamations supporting the designation of National Hispanic Heritage Month, and we are honoring our local businesses, Toreros Mexican Restaurant, Perlita's Authentic Mexican Restaurant, and La Espuela. And if I could call Lisa Serrano to please come forward. You have your version? Okay. So if I could have the owners of those businesses please come forward.
Ella lo va a leer en inglés y luego yo lo voy a leer en español.
Okay, so I will read my version, and then I'll have Lisa join me. This is a proclamation supporting the designation of National Hispanic Heritage Month. Welcome here this evening. Whereas the story of Hispanics in America is the story of America itself. The Hispanic community's values, love of family, a deep and abiding faith, and strong work ethic are America's values. Hispanics bring together the rich traditions of communities with centuries-old roots in America and the energy and drive of recent immigrants. Many have taken great risks to become a new life in the hopes of achieving a better future for themselves and their families. Whereas Hispanics have played a vital role in the moments and movements that have shaped our country, they have enriched our culture and brought creativity and innovation to everything from sports to the sciences, and from the arts to our economy. And whereas Hispanics have served with honor and distinction in every conflict since the Revolutionary War, they have made invaluable contributions through their service to our country. They lead corporations and nonprofits and social movements and places of learning. They serve in government at every level, from school boards to state houses and from city councils to Congress. And for the first time in our nation's history, a Latina is seated among the 9 justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Whereas Hispanics continue to enrich our nation's character and shape our common future, they strengthen America's promise and affirm the narrative of American unity and progress. And whereas to honor the achievements of Hispanics in America, the Congress, by Public Law 100-402, as amended, has authorized and requested the President to issue annually a proclamation designating September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. And now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Crescent City, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2010, as National Hispanic Heritage Month. We call upon public officials, educators, librarians, and all the people of the United States to observe this month with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand this 16th day of September in the year of our Lord 2010, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 235th.
210 Bicentenario de México de la Independencia, honores Perlitas Authentic Mexican Restaurant, La Espuela y Toreros, considerado que la historia de los hispanos en América es la historia de la propia de América. Los valores de la comunidad hispana, amor de la familia, una fe profunda y constante y una fuerte ética de trabajo son valores de los Estados Unidos. Los hispanos reúnen las ricas tradicionales de las comunidades con raíces de siglos de antigüedad de América y de la energía y la unidad de los inmigrantes residentes. Muchos han tomado grandes riesgos para comenzar una nueva vida, con la esperanza de lograr un mejor futuro para ellos y sus familias. Considerado que los hispanos han desempeñado un papel vital en los momentos y movimientos que han dado forma a nuestro país, han enriquecido nuestra cultura y trajo una innovación a todos los deportes, a las ciencias y las artes a nuestra economía. Considerado que los hispanos han servido con honra y distinción en todos los conflictos desde la guerra de independencia y que han hecho valiosas contribuciones a través de sus servicios para nuestro país. Llevan a las empresas y no de ganancias y los movimientos sociales y lugares de aprendencia. Servir en el gobierno en todos los niveles, desde los consejeros escolares a los estados, de los consejeros de la ciudad al Congreso. Y por la primera vez en la historia de nuestra nación, una latina se ha colocado entre los 9 jueces en la Corte Suprema de los Estados Unidos. Considerado que como los hispanos siguen enriquecer el carácter de nuestras naciones y dar forma a nuestro futuro común, fortalecer la promesa de los Estados Unidos y afirmar la descripción de la unidad y el progreso. Considerado que para honrar los logros de los latinos en América, el Congreso, por la Ley Pública 100+402, en la visión modificada, ha autorizado y pedido al presidente que emita anualmente una proclama designado el 15 de septiembre hasta el 15 de octubre como el mes nacional patrimonio hispano. Ahora estoy yo, Kelly Schlang, alcalde de la ciudad de Crescent City, quiero proclamar el 15 de septiembre a través del 15 de octubre de 2010 como mes nacional de la herencia hispana. En todos los funcionarios públicos, educadores, bibliotecos y todo el pueblo de los Estados Unidos para observar este mes con las ceremonias, las actividades y programas. En fe de lo cual he establecido mi mano este 15 día de septiembre en el año de nuestro Señor 2010 y de la independencia de los Estados Unidos, los 235. My name is Lisa Serrano. I'm the president of the Del Norte County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and it gives me great honor to Tomás and Rocio. They are the 2010 Bicentennial Hispanic Business of the Year, and Socorro Aguilar from La Escuela, who is the 2010 Bicentennial Woman Hispanic Business Owner of the Year, and Octavio of Perlitas, who is 2010 Bicentennial Hispanic Man of the Year. And these families have triumphed, they've had succeeded, and I'm very proud of them. And I'm thank you, Kelly and Mr. Slurp, Ms. Mary, Ms. Westfall, for giving us the opportunity to give them the recognition that is due to them for their hard efforts and their hard work. And I want to thank everybody who came today, Brett Hopkins, Mike Sullivan, Susan Wellman, and Carmen Chavez Fong. I thank them for being here. And I especially thank these people for leaving their businesses right now to be here today.
We should all have margaritas now.
On that note, they're leaving. Thank you. Gracias. think they've already had margaritas. Okay. Our next proclamation this evening is a proclamation of the City Council proclaiming October 21st, the Great American Shakeout Day in Crescent City. And Cindy Henderson, if you could please come forward. Whereas Del Norte County, its proximity to the Mendocino Triple Junction and major fault systems, both on and offshore, make it vulnerable to earthquakes. And whereas in historic times, living in a vicinity where adjacent offshore areas have been the single most seismically active region in California, and whereas earthquakes can occur at any time and with no warning, and whereas understanding what to do during strong ground shaking is fundamental to saving lives in an earthquake event, and whereas education and awareness are fundamental to saving lives in an earthquake event, and the education of drop, cover, and hold is a very important practice that will save lives in Crescent City. Whereas the California Earthquake Country Alliance, the Redwood Coast Tsunami Work Group, and the California Emergency Management Agency are hosting the Great California Shakeout, a statewide drop, cover, and hold on drill at 10:21 a.m. on October 21st, 2010. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Crescent City hereby urges the participation of all Crescent City residents, businesses, and other organizations in the Great California Shakeout on October 21st, 2010, signed by myself, Mayor Kelly Shalong. And before I get up and present this to Cindy, I just want to thank you. I get to do this once in a great while, but the awareness that our community has since you became our emergency awareness person has tremendously become so much more apparent. I think that if people in our community are not aware, then I'm not sure where they've been, because you have just done an outstanding job of making sure that our community is ready in case of an emergency. And I just want to publicly thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Well, literally, I'd like to know a little bit about what are we supposed to do at 10:21 a.m. on October 21st?
Drop, cover, and hold on, yes. 6.9 million people in California drop, cover, and hold last year. This year, so far, we have 5,877 residents in Del Norte County that have registered. I must say that most of those are children, though, because our schools are participating. We really want to make that number grow. We'd really like to see it go huge. The Greater California Shakeout has become much more prepared for earthquakes because of this. So at 10:21 on October 21st, we want everybody to take 1 minute and duck, cover, and hold on. And while you're underneath that table or that desk or wherever you might be, take a look around you, make sure there's nothing on the walls that's going to fly at you or anything that's going to tip over and hit you if something should happen. So that's what we're asking. We're asking the community to just jump on board, take that 1 minute so that we can save lives in Del Norte County if we ever do have that earthquake.
And how do we register?
Register, you just go online to www.shakeout.gov.
Cool, thank you.
And then you can actually track it. You can hit Del Norte and you can see that number grow.
Okay, great,
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, our last proclamation for the evening is in recognition of the 25th anniversary of the Small Business Development Center. Barbara, would you like to come forward? Whereas the Small Business Development Center, which provides business counseling and technical services to small business startups and existing businesses within Crescent City, Del Norte County, California, was formed in 1985 in Crescent City as one of the earliest California nonprofit small business development centers. And whereas the Small Business Development Center in Crescent City now has served clients cultivating small business success on California's North Coast by providing high quality and innovative technical support and education to startup businesses and existing companies in Crescent City. And whereas the Small Business Development Center Del Norte has played an instrumental role in the documentation of new and retained jobs at the Crescent City Harbor for the Crescent City Harbor District Community Development Block Grant, over-the-counter component matching grant project for Crescent City Harbor Interboat Basin Repair and Revitalization Project. And whereas officials from the California Community College Chancellor's Office in 2007 named the North Coast Small Business Development Center as the top-ranked SBDC in California. And this ranking has been sustained for 3 years. And whereas the Small Business Development Center Del Norte has served over 500 unduplicated clients in the past 5 years, provided nearly 4,500 counseling hours in the past 5 years, served nearly 400 new clients in the past 3 years, served 50 low and moderate income clients each year for the past 3 years. And whereas during 2009, 79 jobs were created, 278 jobs were retained, over $23 million in sales retained, and 25 businesses were started by Small Business Development Center Del Norte clients. And whereas small business owners invested their own funds, obtained loans from banks and micro loan lenders, private loans from investors and family members for equity financing in 2009 of over $3.3 million, and the nonprofit corporation was able to match SBA dollars 2-to-1 to provide technical assistance to its clients. And whereas program costs per hour of service in 2009 were $136 per hour of service, SBA designated it as one of the most efficient small business development centers in the nation. And whereas over the past 25 years, more than 3,000 clients have taken part in the Small Business Development Center Del Norte's technical, education, and workshop programs. And be it therefore proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Crescent City hereby commends the Small Business Development Center and congratulates the organization for its 25 years of service to the businesses and people of Crescent City and extends best wishes for its future success. Signed today by myself, Mayor Kelly Shalong. And I'd just like to say thank you for your local efforts. I know that you have a lot to do with the success of the overall SBDC. I think it's a huge, just great thing for our community to be named one of the top in the nation. And I appreciate the fact that you work with our Tri-Agency Economic Development Authority, and this city is one of the major contributing financial factors to your organization, and just want to thank you for representing our local business community quite well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your beautiful art gallery.
Okay. We are going to move on to our consent calendar for the evening. Approval of our regular minutes of September 20th, approval of warrant claims September 21st through October 4th, and approval of biweekly payroll reports for the period ending September 25th, paid October 1st.
Madam Mayor, move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second that.
Any comments?
Yes, where is Moneybags McDonald?
Who?
You know, our financial director.
I nicknamed him Moneybags McDonald. I think it was the grants workshop that you missed. He is not with us this evening. I can try to field any questions, but
Okay, just 3 quick questions. Check for $1,500 to Ray Blazingame for general maintenance September. I don't recognize his name.
yeah, the Blazing Games are the couple that are the on-site managers at Shoreline RV Park.
Okay. Basic chemical solutions for $14,700 plus. Is that a once a year invoice or more often?
Sometimes more often than that. We get a lot of the more expensive high-end chemicals for the treatment plant and the water facilities from Basic Chemical.
Okay.
So some of that stuff is very expensive and specialized.
And last question, Barry Garrity, $1,275 for professional services.
Yeah, I think I've answered this several times.
Yeah.
It's actually the training, the professional trainer that trains our employees at the wastewater treatment plant.
Oh, yes, you have. I just forgot.
That's okay.
That's it.
Okay. Anything else, Council? Did you have a public comment on our meeting minutes?
Yeah, Well, on your warrant claims,
Okay.
Kelly, I've been reviewing the minutes and the warrant claims for a couple of months now. I did it Friday. And I have a concern, and because I very much dislike when the taxpayer is told big little lies that sometimes aren't answered. We were told that we built our lab, that our lab would become a selfish, well, it make us some money. But what I keep seeing in our invoices, we are still paid for a lot of supplies for our lab that I'd like to know, and it's not because it's an election year. We got an expenditure account, and we should have an incoming credit account. And when are these two going to reach a level where our expenditures are at the same level of the income we are supposed to be taking in because of the contracts we have with other communities and other industrial clients that we were going to get to offset our $1 million lab? Because I'm not seeing it. I keep seeing these expenditures, and the people aren't being told how much income is coming in to offset the fox at the chicken house. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Moving on to reports. Patty Vernelson from First Five has canceled her report again this evening, so it has been tabled. And we will move on to B, which is to receive a report from the Social and Environmental Research Institute regarding the Marine Life Protection Act process. This is a company called Siri. And I thought it was interesting that they wanted to be on our agenda this, and we were already going to have Zach here to give us an update on the MLPA for our community, but I thought, well, maybe they'll complement each other. So I think tonight we're going to hear from Sari as just out of formality to look at the process, but I think we'll all learn a little something this evening. So welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for providing the time to talk with you.
You have to speak into the microphone.
Step up to the mic here. Yeah, Zach and I were actually debating who should go first here. Maybe it should have been him, but I'll go ahead. Yeah, we're an organization in Greenfield, Mass. And if you've never been there, you can see some of the photos on the slideshow right now. And essentially, we study public participation processes where people are trying to decide, mainly on environmental issues, what the best course of action is. And we do social science research on that. So we're not environmental researchers in the sense that, we're not studying the MLPA because we're invested in the marine protected areas in any particular way, but because we like to study human processes and try to do them better, particularly when they involve kind of public deliberation processes like the MLPA. So we are an independent collaborative group of scholars. It's a nonprofit organization. All of our money for research comes from places like the National Science Foundation. We're represented by a couple different universities. You can see Temple and Clark and Worcester Polytech and myself at University of Massachusetts. Sorry about that. And we're research-driven, which essentially means that we're interested in doing good science. We want to come up with new scientific information on how to best run these sorts of public participation processes. And we're federally funded. So this particular grant for this research comes from the National Science Foundation. We're not affiliated with the MLPA. We're not affiliated with the RLFF, the Resource Legacy Fund Foundation, or any other interest group. We're just outside researchers who are interested in the process. The reason that we're studying the MLPA is because it's a big process, and if you want to do good research on these sorts of things, you have to get lots of people to respond. For statistical significance, we need large numbers, anywhere from upwards of 500, preferably around 1,000 people who have an opinion about something and can tell us about it. So the MLPA is a big process. It involves public participants in decision-making, and it's important and consequential. The things that happen of this are going to affect people's lives, and we need to understand how these processes are working to the advantage of those people or not. So the MLPA seemed a good fit to do this sort of research. There's lots of time, energy, and money going into this. You know, government spends a lot of money, organizations like the RLFF spend a lot of money, and ordinary citizens participate in these processes all the time and, you know, leave their jobs and put a tremendous amount of work into this. And so we want to understand, is this benefiting them? Is this helping these sorts of processes? Is it worth, essentially, everything that we're doing to make it happen? So our question about the MLPA and the research that we're doing on it, the big one is essentially, what's the relationship between communication and good decision-making, democratic decision-making? And in particular, in the MLPA process, that involves, does the way that the people communicate in these kinds of processes, does that affect their willingness to accept the outcome? And most of the reason to do these sorts of processes like this is because they hope that people will buy in more. You know, if you include everyone in the decision-making process, then they own that decision at the end. But does that happen if people don't think it's fair? Does that happen if people don't think it was competently run? There are all these sorts of issues that, you know, we have to perceive things as fair and competent and well done in order to get that buy-in. So we want to see in the MLPA process if people perceived it that way. Did they think that we did a good job of hearing people out? Were people's interests represented? Did we get the right science? Did the right people come in and give their knowledge? Those sorts of issues. So we're hoping that people will want to participate, one, to kind of report their experience with outside researchers. In these kinds of processes, there's often not many places you can go to kind of tell people what you thought of what happened, other than the people who ran it or the people that are involved in it with you. So it's kind of nice sometimes to be able to report what you're feeling to an outside source. So we're hoping we can provide that outlet. Excuse me. And yeah. And we think people want to know what other people thought. You know, they've been in this for a long time. Sometimes you can't always talk frankly about it with the other people that you're involved in it with. And I think when you get the results of something like this, you get to see what a lot of other people thought about what everyone was doing. So I think that's, you know, you could consider that a benefit also, hopefully. And then more larger, we want to design better processes. You know, we want to do this better in the future every time we get involved in these sorts of things. You want to know that we're making some progress here and not just rehashing the same old systems that aren't working for people. So we're looking for anyone to participate who has an interest and sees themselves as involved. There's lots of different ways you could have found out about the process. You could have heard something on the radio or from a friend, or you might have been an RSG member like Zach and you're there all the time and you know a tremendous amount. And we want people from that whole spectrum. You know, everybody develops an opinion about these sorts of things, or at least many people do. And that opinion affects the way that they behave later. And so we want to hear from that whole range. And as I said, we need lots of surveys returned for this to be meaningful, for us to be able to say that we found something out as a result of doing this. So getting the word out about this is very important to us being able to contribute anything useful back into the process. Anyone who participates would have to fill out 2 surveys. And we want to do that so that we can ask people what they thought about the process now, and then again after they find out what the decision is, because that may change how they feel about the process. So we want to do it 2 times. I think the second one will be January. I think that's when the BRTF is scheduled to make their recommendation to the DFG, but that could change.
I think it's sooner than that.
What's that?
I think it's sooner than that.
December, maybe? Or November? End of this month. Okay, so yeah, we want to run the second one sometime after people have some confidence that it's over. And it's not over until, of course, it's finally accepted, but
So if your survey has to have 2 sets of data to be meaningful, and you're expecting thousands of people to provide you with input before the end of this month?
no, it can be any time after that, as long as the second measure comes after. Wait, you're talking about the first survey? Yeah, the first survey. Oh, okay.
Right, but the meeting is at the end of this month.
Yeah, I think they've been doing some shifting with it from what I've heard recently. But,
Okay.
But yeah, we're looking for the first set of responses to come in by the end of October, by the 21st, actually. So we've got some advertising going on with this in local media. We've dropped a lot of surveys off at different locations, different libraries up and down the coast. Richard Young has some down at the harbor. I have some here, but the survey can be taken online. But to tell you just a bit about what's going to happen with the results, we're going to send it to everyone who participates. So you'll have the data, sans our conclusions about it. So you'll get to see, this many people said this on the first question and this on the second question. You can make your own sense of it. But we'll also be sending our interpretation of the results and our analysis of it. So you can get them kind of both. We'll be posting it online, and it's probably going to be published in some sort of peer-reviewed academic journals. So it'll be available in a variety of ways. And to take it, you can go online at northcoastsurvey.org. And once there, you can request a paper copy, and we'll send you one happily. There's some places you can pick it up that I just mentioned. And that's basically the ways in and out of it. So we're hoping to get, many thousands would be great, but really just 500 to 1,000 would be sufficient. So that's kind of what we're looking for, and that's our timeline. So we're hoping that people will help us spread the word so that we can reach those numbers and give something useful back. So thank you for your attention. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I'll open it up. I had a quick question. Since you said that the information needs to be based on science, my question is, how do you apply the meaningfulness of someone that may have just heard in passing about the MLPA on the radio or wherever, versus someone that maybe has gone through, several public meetings and provided some input, versus the extreme other end where Zach, as an example, has been involved since day one and has just really engrossed himself? How do you take the opinions of those 3 different kinds of people and apply how much that affects the process?
Well, the first step is just asking at the beginning of the survey, which we do, about people's involvement. And we can only ever ask people to self-report, but that's right up there, up front on the survey. Have you gone to meetings? Did you hear about it, through a newspaper? And select all that apply. So the first thing we do is trying to get a measure of how much participation people have had in it. And then what that lets us do is use those variables in a variety of ways at the end of the survey to calculate, well, if you were really involved, then maybe you thought this is a trend, and maybe your judgment about the outcome is this, et cetera. So we're separating those variables out right at the beginning to try and deal with that.
Okay. And my last question would be, once you have this information, you said you're hoping that it, helps the process in the future. Do you expect, is your organization's expectations that your information is going to affect the way government sets its rules or environmental regulations in the future?
Our hope is that what we're starting to see is that this process, this kind of process, the way that the MLPAI is running this, is becoming much more of a kind of de facto way of running these kinds of complicated decision-making processes. And the more that we do that without kind of understanding what the effects are, essentially the variables that determine whether it works well or not, if we don't understand those and tell those organizations who are running them, this would have worked much better if you had done X, Y, Z specific kind of recommendations for them, so that when these sorts of processes are run in the future, by which I mean you need to make a decision on something that's been put into law. It has to be implemented. The best way to do that seems to be to get a lot of public opinion together. How do you run that so that you get the buy-in that you're seeking at the end? You know, democracy requires people to accept the decisions that have been made. So how do you do that? You know, how do you get to that so that people are satisfied? So we're hoping that they will, in the future, when they're running these sorts of processes, take into account these sorts of reports that we're going to give and include that in the design of their public participation process stuff.
How do you apply that information when, for instance, the MLPA was first designed back in 1999, and then so the reason it was started was in 1999, and then the actual outcome is in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
How do you apply? If you say if you would have done this, it's kind of seems like it would be.
It doesn't necessarily help a lot of the MLPA process because they're kind of winding down to the end here. So yeah, if we could have gotten in 99 and given them that, and they could have structured it all differently from the start, that would have been certainly better. So there's not, I guess, a terrible amount that we can do for the MLPA process, aside from provide people with information on how it was run, what they and all of the people that got an opinion about the process thought about it. And maybe that will affect their decision making, maybe it won't. But the hope is for building better future processes. And so, you know, if the DFG, for instance, is going to use a similar sort of process to restructure itself, that's coming down the pipe, and this could be very useful for them to have in those sorts of ventures.
Great. Any other questions, Council?
I would just offer the comment that based on the feedback that I've got from the real world in our local community here is I think that a subject matter like the MLPA, people approached with some reservations and maybe skepticism because I think they were concerned about what does it have to do with jobs in the local economy, and is this another government agenda?
Yeah.
So that could possibly skew how people go into it or respond to it.
There's a lot of things like that that can skew, and you know, all you can ever do when you do research like this is do research on people's perceptions. And, you know, inevitably you're already getting a biased population to begin with because it's all self-selecting people. You know, you're not randomly sampling the entire population of, you know, the U.S. or even the North Coast. We're asking people, you know, if you were interested, and you're already interested for a reason. You've got an agenda. And so, yeah, I mean, there are those sorts of issues. There are always those sorts of issues with that kind of research. And the best that we can do is try to ask good questions and then try to apply good statistical measures at the end to try and control for those issues. And hopefully that'll be very transparent in the way that we do the analysis and the reports that we get back to folks. So yeah, we are aware of those issues.
In terms of policy change for at any level, though, this could be beneficial for us, you know, from the local level to the national level. I mean, I could see how whatever you find for a democratic process, that I could see how we could apply this to the local level. So thank you.
That's the hope.
I think this is very interesting.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
I'll be around in case anyone has any other
Okay.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Okay, we're going to move on to receiving our update on the MLPA from Mr. Zach Larson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Shalong and council members. It's almost as if we staged this. Brian and I think it went well with him presenting before me. And I would like to add that I will work with Brian to help distribute this survey. I do believe it to be important. And I really appreciate him making his way out west to give this presentation. Pardon me for the date. It is not September 28th. It is October 4th. And I'm Zach Larson. I'm a co-lead member of the regional stakeholder group for the MLPA initiative. And I'm also the coordinator and outreach person for the local Del Norte work group. Just a little background on the MLPA. What is the Marine Life Protection Act initiative? It's a public-private partnership designed to help the state of California implement the Marine Life Protection Act using the best readily available science as well as the advice and assistance of scientists, resource managers, experts, stakeholders, and members of the public. The Marine Life Protection Act was signed into law in 1999 and directs the state to redesign California's system of marine protected areas to increase its coherence and effectiveness in protecting the state's marine life habitats, marine ecosystems, marine natural heritage, as well as to improve recreational, educational, and study opportunities provided by marine ecosystems. There are 6 goals of the Marine Life Protection Act, and I think you guys are somewhat familiar with these. I've given you presentations before, but I really want you to see this. Goal 6 is to ensure that the state's MPAs, marine protected areas, are designed and managed to the extent possible as a network. And this is very important. The participants in the Marine Life Protection Act initiative include the Blue Ribbon Task Force, which is the policy-making body, and we refer to them as the BRTF, the Regional Stakeholder Group, or RSG, the Science Advisory Team, SAT, Statewide Interest Group, or SIG, and staff and contractors of the MLPA initiative, and also general public and interested partners. The institutional partners include the California Department of Fish and Game, Resources Legacy Fund Foundation, the Natural Resources Agency, and that's it. We are on the 3rd and final round of the Marine Life Protection Act initiative, and we've come a long way from when we began to develop proposals from a community-driven process. And most recently, we've submitted proposals on August 31st, and they are scheduled here to be evaluated. A little bit of some definitions that's important to keep reminding folks of what what marine protected areas are. We have quite an alphabet soup of acronyms, and there are basically 3 types of MPAs, and then an additional MPA that really focuses on estuaries like Humboldt Bay and et cetera. But these are state marine conservation areas, and they possibly allow commercial and some sport extractive activities. We have state marine parks that allow basically just sport, recreational, extractive activities, and state marine reserves, which prohibit all extractive activities. We have this other one, state marine recreational management areas. We refer to them as SMRMAs. They allow waterfowl hunting, and it's not that we choose to allow waterfowl hunting. If waterfowl hunting is allowed to begin with in an estuary, then the department automatically calls it this recreational area. So there are various habitats that the Marine Life Protection Act is designed to protect, and I will not go through all of these, but what I'd like to get across is that the most efficient way to design a marine protected area array is to include as many of these habitats in one MPA as possible. And so you are efficient in that you'll have fewer MPAs along the coast. If you were to try to capture each MPA just for a particular habitat by itself, we would have multiple up and down the coast. And this kind of brings me to that goal 6, the Act functioning as a network, or the MPAs functioning as a network. Because initially, in 1999, we were to replicate 3 to 5 of these habitats from Point Conception, which is down by LA, to the Oregon border. And a replicate is a representative piece of this habitat that meets this threshold value that values that I had on the last slide. And based on the science advisory team's interpretation of the Act, based on scientific literature that's available, the best readily available science, they've come up with based on larval transport mechanisms and rates and home ranges of rockfishes, et cetera. They've come up with this kind of catch-all 9 square mile minimum size for the MPAs and a preferred size of 18 square miles. And so 9 square miles really means 3 miles of beach at least, and 18 means 6. So they're quite large in our area relatively. And so in terms of this network that I believe is really important to key in on is that based on the science advisory team's interpretation of what that means based on the best available science is that they want these things preferably 31 miles apart, but with no more than 62 miles. And so that's changed since the inception of the Act, and it results in a lot more than 3 to 5 replicates from points of conception to the Oregon border. So up here we have unevenly distributed or rare habitats, and there are 3 big examples of this, or great examples of it. For one is kelp, and in the northern bioregion, and I hate to throw all these terms at you, but the bioregion is split at the Mattole River at Cape Mendocino. And in the northern bioregion, from Cape Mendocino to the Oregon border, we have one area of this threshold amount of kelp, and that's right out in front of Crescent City. So if we were to capture a replicate, we would have to have an MPA that was at least 9 square miles out in front of Crescent City. Also deep soft bottom habitats, that's habitat from 100 to 3,000 meters is rare up here, as well as the deeper rock habitat. And we're on this shallow shelf north of the Cape. And as you go south, the depth increases dramatically as you get away from the coast. So they have a lot more deep, hard habitat down in the southern bioregion. And there's an example of this. Here you're looking at this big bubble, and state waters generally goes out to 3 miles, but in our case we have offshore rocks that increase this distance offshore. So you'll see at Point St. George Reef and around the lighthouse, it's much further than 3 miles. It's about 8 from the coast, 6 to 8, and down around Redding Rock you see the same. But so I'm just kind of picked out these habitats that are really hard to replicate, and the community just was not in favor of having these replicates here. So what else sets us apart from from the rest of California? We have unique coastal features and demographics. We have rough seas that often prevent our use of the ocean. We live in small and isolated communities, and we have ports that are highly dependent on fishing. We have limited industry diversification, limited coastal access points in areas, high unemployment and poverty rates, highly productive ecosystems, and the cleanest water in California. And also with these new management regimes that include, for example, the rockfish conservation area that prohibits fishing deeper than 120 feet. We have sustainable or rebuilding fisheries, and that's based on Pacific Fishery Management Council data, National Marine Fisheries Service, and more federal agency documents. I don't think I need to tell you this, but we live in a very beautiful area, and one thing is about our northern bioregion areas, we have a lot of sand, and sand isn't really the key habitat that's really captured in the MLPA. This is Southwest Seal Rock offshore. Really rare in California to have offshore rocks in Northern California this far out. Prince Island up by the Oregon border. So the North Coast Regional Stakeholder Group, which I am a member of, we have 34 members appointed from areas in Del Norte, Humboldt, and Mendocino counties, and they represent tribes and tribal communities, ports and harbor districts, local, regional, and national conservation environmental organizations, commercial and recreational divers, commercial and recreational fishing organizations, and and marine plant harvesters or seaweed harvesters, high school students down in Mendocino County, town of Mendocino, Redwood National Park, and also counties. So basic principles that were supported by, or broadly supported by members of the RSG include safety zones, which are 10-mile safety zones from ports, and we tried to avoid these to the greatest extent possible. And the reason we do this is because safety zones, we don't want to force our fishermen, sport and commercial, to go beyond these 10-mile areas to try to do what they do. And our rough seas and inclement conditions really present some dangers that aren't seen or dealt with down in Southern California. So the RSG, I should just let you know that we also considered social economic impacts that MPAs that out in front of our ports and harbors might have, and in very popular or important fishing areas may have, and also to avoid and acknowledge areas where tribal activities occur, and these are ceremonial, traditional, non-commercial activities. Yes?
About that. I understand that one of the areas that's going to be off limits is shore fishing up from the Oregon border down to somewhere near Lucky 7 Casino, I believe. And I was under the impression that that is the sacred fishing grounds of the Tolowa. So how did that happen?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I didn't necessarily cut the Native American component part out of my presentation, but I did cut this idea of levels of protection afforded by a marine protected area. So, for instance, if you were to allow crabbing, it's typically takes place on soft bottom habitats with crab traps and you don't manipulate the sand too much to degrade that habitat. And you also catch one species generally with limited amount of bycatch. And so they say that activity has a high level of protection for an MPA. So versus, say, a diving or taking abalone off the rocks that don't move much, they consider that a low level of protection, because you're affecting that population. You're also, and that's not a very good, clear example for most people to understand, but let's say for kelp, you might be removing some kelp that larvae fix to, and you're removing cover for other species. And so you remove a species or of that nature, then it drops that lower level of protection. Now, up on the border, smelt fishing is a very popular activity for the tribe. Not popular, but very important culturally activity. And it affords a moderate high level of protection. And so... Because of
the fish they catch, or?
Well, the science advisory team has a flow chart, a decision tree that they go on, that they go species by species and try to figure out what LOP, level of protection, that individual species take would have. So I actually asked that they review the red-tailed surf perch fishery, for example, and they did a couple of times, and they would not bring that level of protection up. And so we could only allow smelt up there and retain this high level of protection where it could be evaluated and really count. And anything else that we allow up there, clamming, rock fishing, nearshore rock fishing, or what have you, it wouldn't count if it didn't meet that at least moderate high level of protection. Now, I didn't really want to get too deep in that, but now the Native American component of that is that the RSG felt that that Native American cultural, ceremonial, traditional, non-commercial gathering activities should be considered background. They should have no real effect on that environment, on the ecosystem in that particular MPA. It's been happening for thousands of years. And so the RSG continually has recommended that the BRTF consider the Native American uses having at least a moderate high LOP or level of protection, so it would count.
So when you say, because I think most of us understand now what the MLPA is, so what I think we're most interested in is how it's going to affect our community. So
Right.
when you say that something has a moderate to high level of protection, that actually means that the area is accessible still. Am I?
Yes, and so, you know, if
So
you
low protection means that you can take less. Or, I guess I'm not understanding.
well, for a marine reserve, you're not allowed to take anything, so you don't include a take, and then therefore you don't have an LOP assigned to it. It's assigned a very high level of
But
protection.
these aren't actually going to be reserves, right?
No. So the SMCA, or State Marine Conservation Area, that allows commercial and recreational activities, as long as it's above a moderate high LOP, as long as that method of take or species taken affords a high level of protection, then it is ranked or counted. And it is extremely complicated, and that's why I didn't even attempt to try to get that across to you tonight. I had it in previous presentations, but it is a difficult concept to grasp in a couple of minutes. I did want to mention something about the Native American take or level of protection associated with their species that they take. Is the state of California can't discriminate between Native Americans and California citizens, and so therefore the RSG, even though they want the Native Americans to be able to continue their practices that they've been doing for a long time, the state is obligated to say that those uses allowed for the Native Americans are allowed for everybody. And so automatically that drops that level of protection down to low. And so it's kind of leading me into what I want to mention, but I'm happy to try to field any questions so what we have is up on the Oregon border, and I'm just going to show you our local area. I'll just change the orientation. This probably makes more sense to folks, but you see Lake Earl and the Yurok Indian Reservation pretty prominently shown there. And then up on the right of your screen, Pyramid Point is the name of the MPA. It's a state marine conservation area. It allows for smelt harvest by net or dip net and from shore. And all Native American uses identified by the Taloa. And so its intent is to have a moderate high level of protection. However, the Science Advisory Team is going to consider it very low. So we also have Point St. George, which is located offshore, and that light-colored area you see offshore is the rockfish conservation area. So we can't fish for rockfish out in that water, and you'll see that St. George Reef offshore state marine conservation area is fully included in that RCA, and it does allow for commercial and sport crabbing and salmon trolling. And then down by Redding Rock, which many of our commercial fishermen use, the habitat surrounding Redding Rock, we have identified a reserve and offshore, and then I've identified a state marine conservation area approximately 3 miles offshore that allows for crabbing and salmon trolling and smelt fishing from shore. But all other uses in that blue area would be no longer allowed, and nothing would be allowed out in the reserve.
So, let me see if I understand that correctly.
Okay.
You're saying that our commercial fishermen use the Redding Rock area, and we're now protecting it. So they no longer can fish around Redding Rock unless they go 3 miles out.
In the, oh gosh, let's see. All of the areas that aren't captured by the MPA, the reserve in red and the conservation area in blue, everything outside of that area, the regulations remain the same. It's just within that MPA that the regulations will differ. So does that answer your question?
No.
Okay, well, please restate it.
The Redding Rock area, the circle around it with the red?
Yes.
That's the protected area?
Yes, that's
Or
a reserve.
just-
That's a marine reserve.
Okay.
So no activities would be allowed in there. So that's no crabbing.
My guess, my point was, you started your statement by saying that our commercial fishermen use that highly.
They use the area. The rock is really hard to see, but you can see just that little lighter area just below the name Redding. There's a darker area surrounding that, and that's where most of the rocky habitat is, and that's where people within it's that RCA boundary. I'm not sure is completely accurate in that location, but there are other important activities like crabbing, for instance, is very very prominent, is very important there. It's a hot crabbing area all through there. So we've done our best to try to replicate the habitats that are required while considering the economic impacts that would result. So I believe that to be a very well-placed MPA. Is kind of what I'm trying to get at. A habitat that's very difficult to catch is the nearshore rocky habitat. And so we had some trade-offs with some of the members on the RSG that wanted more MPAs in areas closer to our ports. These areas like Redding Rock are the trade-offs for what were proposed earlier. So we do have a substantial amount of these zones that protect areas that will have impacts on our local area.
So that's going to hurt our local fishermen.
Yes, they will all hurt our local fishermen. I mean, this.
Right, but if this one is like a really great spot and we're taking it away from them, that to me means that we didn't get a very good trade-off.
Yes, it's it's difficult to take the fact that there are impacts, socioeconomic impacts associated with the MLPA, but these are based on the deliberations and trade-offs that I can mention, but that is where we had to rest to get all 34 and now 32 stakeholders to agree on one proposal. It's very difficult to get 32 people to agree on anything, and it's really close to a miracle that we did come to this point. And if you look at some of the areas, you'll see that it will have an economic impact on us, but it could be a lot worse.
Then I understand that the other area is 300 feet around Castle Rock.
Yes, and I did add this. And that is in your packet. But there were special closures identified, and we did come to some consensus, and there was lots of deliberation on these, but we do have special closures proposed for Southwest Seal. It's a 300-foot closure, which means no swimming, boating, diving, surfing, kayaking, whatever, in these areas. 300-foot special closure off of Castle Rock, and that's the rock proper. It's already a national wildlife refuge managed by the service, and 300 feet is 100 yards, and the California likes 300 feet because most people know how long a football field is and they can judge it. There were also proposals for 500 and 1,000 feet at Castle Rock, and I'd gone out with my rangefinder and had gone around the Castle Rock, and I think we can be all right with 300 feet. And the rock itself it's illegal to actually get on the rock now.
And
it does have. It is a very important area for a lot of our seabirds and marine mammals. I mean,
what's the thought process in stopping swimming or kayaking?
Boy, it really comes down to the desire to protect marine mammals and birds. We have a couple that are federally protected and some state protected. And it's a good question. I mean, we've deliberated on a lot of this, and these special closures are something that, I don't believe that there's an abundant amount of information that says that they are necessary. But it's and what these distances are. But we have in our area some very important refuge spots for marine birds and mammals, and it is good to set aside some of these offshore areas to allow them to breed and reproduce. But it's, we've I think have done well in designing both the marine protected area array and the special closures. So.
Madam Mayor, may I ask Zach a question?
Sure.
How many of our local fishermen had any input in these decisions?
Well, I did coordinate and manage a stakeholder group, a local MPA work group. I've had lots of workshops and arrangements where folks could directly comment to the Blue Urban Task Force and the Science Advisory Team, and there will be a couple more that I'm going to tell you about. But I did go around and personally interview a lot of our commercial and sport fishermen. I'm a sport fisherman myself, and
Do you have any numbers as to the commercial and sports fishermen that you've interviewed?
Yeah, I could probably come up with that for you if you'd like.
Okay, was it 10? Was it 50? Was it 100?
Let's go 50 plus for right now.
And how many fishermen do we have?
There were.
And also, I would. Oh, sorry, Kathy.
I was just going to. There were a series of public meetings where I was in attendance at a number of those, from the cultural center to this room being literally packed. There was ample opportunity for public input, not just from commercial and sports fishermen, but the entire community had numerous opportunities for public input, and so there was a series of opportunities over the course of the whole process.
And I tried to get as much information in the paper, and Mayor Schlong's been very helpful in getting the word out by coastal media.
The process isn't, our local process is not what I'm frustrated with. I'm frustrated with the process that created the MLPA process or law initiative and how it trickled down. And I still believe that it was not based on scientific information. And I believe that when you're going to take away a resource from a community, that it should be based on a foundational survey saying, okay, we're going to take away crab because we used to have 1 million and now we only have 3. But I'm being, ridiculous, but that's kind of how this has happened without any of that foundational survey kinds of information. And so that's the part that I'm frustrated with. I'm very happy with what you've done for our community, and you've provided that input, and you've provided a voice, and there have been tons of public meetings. I've been to many. There's been tons of outreach through the media, and I even though I don't like the end product, I think the process was good, and I think that our community got more than we would have if we did not have our local stakeholders group. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely. I strongly agree with that. And I encourage people to continue their involvement and step it up. We have some meetings coming up. Science Advisory Team meets October 13th and 14th. We have an area here at the Flynn Center available for public comment. I will get the agendas out through the the information out through Triplicate and our radio sources. And I encourage people to attend. A very important meeting to attend or at least view and make comment to is the Blue Urban Task Force. They meet in Fortuna at the River Lodge, 25th and 26th. And again, we'll have that live broadcast and ability for public comment. And also for other folks, you can provide comments via email, fax, phone, or by USPS.
Well, and I think that in the very beginning, you could even, I think I went online and did a survey and provided input as well. And also, at my current or just previous meeting that I had in San Diego, where I met with the coastal cities, we had a big discussion about this. And the League of California Cities, at a request of the local coastal cities group, has passed this resolution around all across the state to city councils and other organizations to try to write a letter of support or to even adopt it as a resolution in their communities, supporting our array, single array. Is that what it's called?
Yes, and let me I appreciate you mentioning that. It's the last thing I wanted to leave you with, and it's very important. I don't know if people understand how difficult it was to come to this unified array, and from the conservation advocates to commercial fishermen. I mean, they met in the middle and agreed on one proposal and said, we can move forward with this. And so
And that didn't happen anywhere else in the state.
No, it was unprecedented, and it was a roller coaster ride, if you will, and we did finally meet in the middle and come to some agreement on this. And so, there's a lot of support for it in our region, and that brings me to this resolution that Del Norte County recently adopted, and so did the Crescent City Harbor District.
Okay. Any questions for Zach?
Actually, I do have a few questions, Zach. Who's going to enforce the management, if you will, of the MLPAs?
Who's meant to enforce? Right. The Department of Fish and Game will do the enforcement. They'll have a partnership with California State Parks for areas that around state parks will provide also help and enforcement. And
so I assume there'll be...
Department of Fish and Game is the lead enforcement body.
Okay. I assume there'll be penalties and fines?
Certainly.
For people violating.
And that's one thing about this unified array is that, if we had things that the public could not agree with, and it was just so, I mean, in their eyes, or in our eyes, egregious, then people wouldn't self-enforce these areas. But if we have areas that people said, okay, this is, we take ownership of this, they will help or self-enforce, if you will, these areas. So I think it's very beneficial to have something that everybody can agree on.
Is there a time duration associated with the MLPA? In other words, is this for the next 5 years, for the next 50 years, or?
They will come back in 5 years and evaluate the MPAs based on monitoring data and based on monitoring data.
And who's going to administer or those records or keep those records for the MLPA?
Natural Resources Agency, I believe.
And did the MLPA consider the notion of El Nino and La Nina global conditions?
No. I'm not certain. I mean, you could. I would say no.
Just what I heard from other sources from the Marine Mammal Center was that there was a whole array of marine mammals that were ending up on the north coast that normally wouldn't be here because of the water temperatures.
It kind of brings you back to this adaptive management component of the MLPA that, you know, in 5 years, if there are, you know, let's say having impacts on, you know, based on the El Nino events or whatever, they can reevaluate these MPAs and make changes if necessary. Same thing with socioeconomics.
The fees that are charged, do those go back to the communities that are impacted?
Great question. Way out of my league. So.
I'd like to offer that the questions that Charles had asked, I recall hearing those at some of the meetings, those same questions. So those are questions that many people had asked at previous meetings.
Good, and I'm sorry to take so much of your time, but I really appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. It really affects our community, so we need to be educated.
Yes, and I think it's an unprecedented public process, and I hope that people will see this to the end.
Yeah.
And again, on some of the dates, the Science Advisory Team meets in October 13th and 14th. Blue Ribbon Task Force, 25th and 26th at the Flynn Center. They're basically all-day meetings. The joint meeting between the BRTF and the Fish and Game Commission has been postponed and will be announced. That is where they're actually designated. So,
great.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zach.
Thank you.
Do you want to grab the keyboard? Or somebody? Grab the keyboard?
That's what she's doing.
Oh, thanks. Is there any public comment on this presentation? Okay, we're going to move forward. Yeah, that's our next item of business.
I'd like to make a motion to pass resolution number 2010-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Crescent City endorsing the Unified Marine Protection Area Array.
Is there a second? I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Well, for discussion purposes, I'm mightily uncomfortable with this. I see our fishermen being squeezed from the shore out to wherever the, excuse me, the large fisheries have their boats out, taking everything from the ocean. So I'm not in favor of this right now.
For me, it's a complex issue because it is about protecting our resources, natural resources, and sustainability. At the same time, it's about the social economic impact of our community. And to me, therein lies the issue. A couple hours ago, we were meeting with the Coastal Commission, and as a community, we're getting squeezed by the state, the federal regulations, the Coastal Commission, the MLPA, and you just ask yourself, where does it end? Because it affects us directly, and we're already have enormous challenges in our community, so I'm perplexed about it.
I agree with you. I don't know if there's anybody in here that would like to protect our fishing industry more than myself. However, I believe we have a duty to respect the process, and I think that the process that our region went through to actually bring both sides of the table to the middle and actually come up with an agreement, which has never been done anywhere else in our state, and actually come up with just a few areas of protection versus what Zach was describing could have been 9 miles of protection, versus what we've had, like 300 feet around Castle Rock and, the small area down by Redding Rock. I think that we highly benefit from the process that we went through. And that's the only reason I support what has happened, because I think that because we had a local voice, we have a lot less restriction than what we could have had.
I agree, Madam Mayor, and I encourage Councilmember Slurt to look at the resolution where it says that the third paragraph from the bottom, where we recognize that it does not precisely meet all the guidelines, yet represents the spirit of those guidelines. That paragraph right there, if you look at that again, it's I think maybe that might convince you that it is in our best interest to move forward with this.
It's going to move forward whether we adopt this or not.
Right.
For me, adopting this resolution is about respecting the process that we were able to go through, which normally doesn't happen. Normally, we do not have a local voice in the restrictions that are forced upon us, and so I'm just respecting that process and knowing that it gave us less restrictions than what we would have had if we weren't involved.
And we did have a voice that we've had a strong voice, and I think that we're fortunate to have had Zach as our liaison and be able to bring that voice. We had power with that voice, so I think that we've managed a lot better, fared a lot better than if we hadn't had strong representation from our community.
And also for me, this resolution is saying to the science advisory team, you need to adopt this because this is what everyone here has agreed upon. Because if they don't receive regional support, they could adopt whatever they want. And if they don't have one voice going forward saying, we want the least restrictions, which is what this is about, then they could say, sorry, we are going to add in this other MPA, because like he said, it was a miracle for them to all get to this one agreement to, if it were up to, I don't like the entire regulation. If it were up to me, it would not exist at all.
Well, I certainly honor the time, effort, energies, economics, everything that's been invested, the community in the process, and I do respect Zach's input and keeping us apprised through that process. And I guess I would say it's the lesser of the evils at this time to support it.
Absolutely. Mr. Miles?
I want to encourage my city council to pass this resolution tonight. But there's something else you're going to have to do in the future, and let me explain this one. Recently, I was in Monterey County, both in the Monterey Herald and the Salinas newspaper. Zach can tell you this, is that without the California Fish and Game having enough game wardens to oversee this proposed sanctuary, because we're actually the last sanctuary to be created, that down south in the Faroe Island Sanctuary and in Monterey Bay, you have fishermen who do illegal things, surprisingly. And without enough game wardens, and the state has made cuts in game wardens, you know, we don't even have a game warden that wants to walk by behind Safeway. And I think Zach could tell you when the last time their boat was out on the bay patrolling. Fish and Game has a patrol boat. Only time they really use it is during crabbing season, because people do break the law. So I would encourage this council tonight to pass this when the sanctuary is created. Whoever is the next governor, I would hope the county, the harbor, and the city would write a letter saying that Humboldt County and Del Norte County need its allocation of game wardens. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Mr. Barrett?
My name is Jim Barrett. I live on Anzio Street in the city. I was hoping to sit here and not open my big mouth and say anything, but in this case, I think you can feel happy about some of this stuff. Part of the definition alone will help. For example, Castle Rock, it's always been the case. I mean, well, I don't remember when the Mammal Protection Act was passed, but for quite a while, it's been the case that you can't disturb the mammals. And it's very easy to do, but it's very, difficult to figure out what that means. Generally speaking, in the Sea Kayak magazines that I've paid a lot of attention to, they say that if you alter the behavior in any way, you're just too damn close. But that's still vague. They'll see you. Sometimes they'll chase you down. They'll grab your boat. If you have a rudder on the back, they'll grab the back of your kayak. So what is too close? I happen to like this. If you got 100 yards or 300 feet, I guess we want to say, that's a good solid definition. I can live with that. That means you stay out of the cave. That means you don't go in the harbor, I don't know what you call that little harbor on the west side of the island, but 300 feet is pretty easy to figure. And it also tells you when somebody else is, if someone's fishing in the caves over there, they're clearly wrong. You get a nice definition and it'll be manageable. But this vague stuff that used to exist about not altering behavior or not disturbing mammals, this needed to go one way or the other. So I think you can take some comfort in some of it. And 300 feet is really not that much. It's at least as it pertains to Castle Rock. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It probably should have been further. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. So I had a motion on the floor and a second. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Should poll the vote for a
You think?
resolution.
All right. Poll the vote, please.
Councilmember Westfall,
Okay.
Councilmember Murray,
Yes.
Councilmember Slurt,
Yes.
and Mayor Shalong.
Yes. Thank you.
And
Thanks,
Madam
Zach.
Mayor, was it seconded by Slurt or yourself?
Myself. Okay, we're going to move on to public comment. Any member of the audience is invited to address the City Council on any matter within the jurisdiction of the city. Note, however, that items of interest, sorry, lost track here. Comments of public interest or on matters appearing on the agenda are accepted. Note, however, the council is unable to undertake extended discussion or act on non-agendized items. Such items can be referred to staff for action or put on a future agenda. Any comments that are not at the microphone will not be part of the public record. After receiving recognition from the mayor, please state your name, whether you live in the city or the county, for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Is there any general public comment? Tanya?
Hi, I'm Tanya Piercy. I live in the county, and I would like to invite the council members and the public to some candidate forums. The Del Norte Tea Party Patriots is hosting multiple candidate forums, October 7th, October 13th, and October 21st, and that will be all at the Del Norte Fairgrounds in the Arts and Crafts Building from 6 to 8. And on October 7th, it's just a meet and greet with Karen Brooks. We couldn't get Wesley Chesbro. He was already booked. October 13th is the school board candidates. October 21st are the candidates for city council and the College of the Redwood board.
Okay.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other general public comment? Mr. Miles?
I have a few comments, Mayor, and one is a real concern, and I'd like to make a recommendation about this one. Currently, my city only has 2 full-time parks people. One of them is on medical leave, and the other one is cleaning up Beachfront Park for the car show and the Shine on 3rd Street for Friday's event. In November, all the temporaries will be laid off, is my understanding. And I want to know if that's a wise decision. Our parks will still need to be mowed. We only have one temporary gentleman that currently is mowing our lawns. We have planned events to be done in both Mason Mall and Price Mall, and that's the cutting down the Christmas tree, the palm tree, and doing some other work in that area, like fixing the sprinkler systems that don't work. When you eliminate staff positions, it's not a wise decision. I was told that our temporaries would probably be hired back in April or early May. I believe that's too late. Then I have another consideration I want to bring to this board. Last week, I made an inquiry at our elections office, and I'm really disappointed about something. Any candidate that sits on any board or elected office in the county or the city annually has to make a financial report to our election officer and to the State Fair Practices Board. They actually have investigators
Wrap up, Richard.
who will investigate people if they don't do this. And the question I want answered, has Donna Westfeld reported the in-kind service or any money she got from the Javas folks to the Fair Practices people?
Thank you, Mr. Miles.
I don't think she has.
Thank you,
Another
Mr. Miles.
breach of ethics.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move forward with continuing business. Item number 10, consider and approve payment number 40 for Wallen Construction and Stover Engineering for a wastewater treatment plant.
I move to approve.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Any public comment? Okay, please pull the vote.
Councilmember Westfall?
No.
Councilmember Slurt?
Yes.
Councilmember Murray?
Yes.
And Mayor Shalom?
Yes, thank you. Any idea on when our ribbon cutting is going to take place?
Yeah, Mr. Barnes and I were just discussing that this morning. It'll be during the month of October, but beyond that, nothing nailed down yet.
Okay. I hope I'm available. Let's see. Moving on to item number 11. Consider and waive full reading, read by title only, ordinance 757, an ordinance of the City Council reenacting a pre-treatment ordinance and revising certain sections of the municipal code at the request of the state. Mr. Black.
Mayor, before I discuss this item, I'm going to hand out for each of you 2 pages that were inadvertently left out of the agenda packet. They're just the standard adoption language that accompanies your adoption of ordinances.
So just for the public's knowledge, all he's given us is the official, what actually goes into our public records, giving the ordinance a number and how many people voted yes or no, and a signature page to make it official. And then just the brief description of the changes to the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. The ordinance that you have in front of you was originally introduced, the full substance of it was originally introduced on August 2nd. It is now back before you for adoption on second reading. This is an ordinance that essentially creates a set of standards that industrial dischargers will have to comply with. These are relatively technical and somewhat scientific, but it also creates a process by which industrial dischargers will get permits and a process by which the city will enforce its standards and enforce those permits. It is an ordinance that is required, not word for word, but the general concept of it is required by the Regional Water Quality Control Board as part of our discharge permitting process and as one of the criteria for our operation of our new wastewater treatment plant. So I present it to you for, it's in a slightly different format. The numbering has changed. The title has changed slightly since it was first introduced But as I said, the substance of it is unchanged.
Okay. Any questions from the council?
Yes. Back in August, under fiscal impact, did we discuss how it was going to be funded? Can you refresh my memory on that? Because here it says it will likely be funded partially by sewer capacity charges and partially by negotiated fees.
Well, I think I can somewhat answer that. When someone applies for a permit for industrial discharge, they have to pay a fee. So that's where that money comes from.
Yeah, so if I might just add to that, when the mayor is talking about the concept of single-family residential equivalents, or SFREs, as you know, there are some uses, like multifamily uses, where we only charge a percentage of an SFRE per unit. A single-family house, we charge 1 SFRE, and an industrial use, we have to make some computations. We use some industry standards to determine how many SFREs a proposed user will be charged. And then when they apply for a hookup, we inform them of that amount. We multiply that times the current fee, which I think is $9,600 per SFRE. And so depending on the calculated capacity of or calculated discharge of the user, that fee can become quite substantial. But part of what that's paying for is entering into this type of program whereby we actually issue a specialized permit for that use. That permit also functions like a contract between the city and the discharger. And part of that contract may be the application of special fees for testing, for enforcement, potential fines. There are a number of things that can be negotiated in that specialized contract. So that's why I say here it will be funded partially by capacity charges, partially by negotiated fees. I could have added that if we have to get into enforcement, partially by fines, you know, those are also potential, but we hope we never have to go there.
Yeah, we actually addressed the fines during the first reading.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yeah, when we did the first reading, we addressed the fines and what that really meant and how far they would have to go before we enforced it, that we would try to work with them with their issues before we would enforce a fine.
Okay, and you can probably predict what I'm going to ask next, which is, we anticipated, and we spoke briefly about developers paying their fair share of repayment on the loan for the expansion portion of the wastewater treatment plant. So is there some kind of formula that the city has come up with, and how much of the sewer capacity charges is going to go towards repayment of the loan?
Any
expansion?
Any developer will pay the same fee that anybody else would pay, based on the number of SFREs that their project would equate to.
Yes, I understand that. We're talking about a basic $9,600 figure. But how do we chop it up? How much is going to go towards repayment of the state revolving loan fund? How much is going to go towards these industrial pretreatment ordinances, et cetera? What's the formula?
Well, I'll tell you how I think it's going to work. And that is that the current sewer user charges have been established for the purpose of repaying the state loan. And according to the work that was done by Wildan, there's a component of that which includes capacity charges or incorporates capacity charges. We don't know how many capacity charges we're going to collect in any given year, any given time period. So the capacity charges are added to the sewer enterprise fund. The loan payments are made out of the sewer enterprise fund. And if the sewer enterprise fund begins to, if we get a huge amount of development, a large amount of capacity charges are paid, and the sewer enterprise fund begins to build a balance that is over and above what we need, then the potential exists to look at our fees again, both user fees and capacity charges, and say, gee, maybe we're collecting too much. Maybe we can lower those sewer user fees. Maybe we can not increase them as we would normally perhaps have to increase them to account for inflation, et cetera. We can hold the line. So I think it's an evolving process. It's based on keeping a reasonable fund balance, but not accumulating large dollars that we don't actually need on a current basis.
But also keeping in mind the priority of this council is to maintain and keep proper maintenance on this facility so we don't end up where we were a few years back.
Absolutely.
I think it's important to realize that your council, all 5 of you, have an annual budgeting process where you look at the sewer enterprise fund and you make decisions about how those funds will be spent. And I think the mayor has pointed out something very important as we look at the day-to-day operating budget of the plant. We look at the payments that we have to make to pay back the SRF loan. There's also the question of ongoing capital investment to keep the plant current so we never have to face one of these $40 million problems again in the future. And I think that's what this council has expressed as a major priority. All of those things you get to look at on an annual basis when you look at how you're going to budget expenditures from the sewer enterprise fund.
Any other questions, Donna?
No, not right now.
Okay. Any other questions from the council? No. Public comment, Mr. Miles?
I'm getting tired, but I think an important question is being missed, and I just have to laugh when members do not read an agenda and our questioning goes far afield. If I read this right, a ordinance of the City Council of the City of Crescent City to reenact a pre-treatment ordinance and revise certain sections of the municipal code. This is what this reads. What this is about, and I think Jim and Mr. Black can confirm this is about the parts per million that of waste material that we are going to allow people like our fish processing plants to discharge into our system during certain times of the year, or people like Lou Mianos, who is currently remodeling his cheese factory, or Carrillo's or Safeways or Ray's, how much material we're going to allow parts per million for them to discharge in our service lines. It's not about, and this is what really bothers me about sometimes our elected officials, when we get so far astray on the real issue that you people need to decide. Personally, it's not about individual homes discharging sewer. You know, if I go to the bathroom when I get home tonight, it's about this industrial use. And the concern I have still, and I've asked this question repeatedly, and still haven't got an answer, is how much per million perks, and I hope I'm using the right term and Jim can correct me, of ammonia are we going to allow to go to our plant? Because it's the ammonia that kills the bugs. Because someday we may have crabbing in our harbor, and we may have whiting again. And this is why
Thank you, Mr. Miles.
This is why the fisheries, when they do this, need to be fined up the kazoo.
Mr. Barrett.
This is actually a very hot subject, and I know it's not a popular subject, but there is the question in our community of the Great Divide, and we don't really need to get too specific, but there is a trust divide. And I wish you would have read this. I wish you would have inconvenienced yourself and read it in full. And I wish you would have had public hearings on it that were expansive enough that we could have really analyzed this, because many people feel that we ought not to pay for a 20-year planned sewer over 40 years. And many people feel in the community that we ought not to extend services to facilities that are going to stress the sewer that we just got through updating. At your last meeting, you talked about the increased impact, you know, the cost of chemicals that Richard mentions, the impact of the chemicals, the replacement of the digesters and the clarifiers. I guess we omitted the primary clarifiers, secondary clarifiers. But I mean, it gets all very complicated, and it's an area of trust that our community could benefit from if you would respect the I don't know, the lack of trust, really, the discontent. You're asking us to believe this is a good ordinance. And I don't want to call any of you evil or bad people or less than reputable, but it's something that I think a healthy, reasonable person would be skeptical about. And I don't want to just extend our $40+ million sewer to out-of-state companies that want to come in and, you know, run fish processing plants at our harbor, so to speak, and then trust that we've just written a good ordinance that's going to, you know, deal with the impact of them and treat us fairly in the cost equations. I mean, I know I'm sort of rambling in a sense, but the point is this is a really big subject here, even if it is boring and too meticulous for a casual comment. And I think you should have read it. I think you should spend more time on it. And it really matters what you let go into that sewer. And we don't need to just bring in, you know, an additional ratepayer if it's going to have an impact that we can't really afford.
Any other public comment?
Could I make?
I would just like to comment that just because it says on the agenda that we are waiving the full reading does not mean that we have not read it. It's provided in the packet. We have had this ordinance before us for several months. If we are doing our jobs, we have read it. Doesn't mean we always understand it because it can be very technical, but to waive the full reading on the agenda, what that means is that we're not going to sit here and read, which I will show you, this entire ordinance to you tonight. You have it to read on your own. It's available. We've had it to read, and we usually will confer with staff on an ordinance or a resolution if we don't understand it prior to coming to the city council meetings. But I just wanted to clarify that when it says that we're waiving the full reading, that does not mean that we haven't read it. It means that we're not going to read the 30 or 40 plus pages to you publicly. That's what that actually means. The pre-treatment ordinance is a requirement from the state of California. And the ordinance we're required to have this ordinance to protect our treatment plant. And that is what's very important to this council. And then also as we introduce users to our wastewater treatment plant, the idea is that those users will be creating jobs, which is very important to me and I think to our community. So I just wanted to clarify that.
May I also
Sure.
clarify something? This may make Jim feel a little more comfortable with it, but one of the points of the ordinance is that no pre-treatment, no permit to a major user can be issued without public notice and the opportunity to comment. So user by user, business by business, there will be a published notice of intent to issue a permit and the opportunity to comment on it and to appeal it or to request reconsideration. This ordinance also establishes the process whereby we can revoke a permit of a user who is stressing our plant. That's actually the whole point of the ordinance. So,
Thank you. Okay. Bring it back to the council.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 757, an ordinance with the City Council of the City of Crescent City enacting an industrial waste pretreatment ordinance as uncodified ordinance of the City of Crescent City.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Do I need to pull the vote, Mr. Black?
no, but I think there's one short piece of the title that got left out, and that is the ordinance also repeals Chapter 13.33, which is the existing pretreatment ordinance. So if that's included, then I think the motion is properly made.
That would be
So amended?
Thank you.
second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Thank you. Let's see. We are going to move on to new business. At my request, I've asked Mr. Butler and his staff to provide us with an update on our code enforcement. I talk with lots of people every day and also drive by certain areas that I feel are being unkept, not taken care of by the owners of the property, and I think some of them are even becoming fire hazards. And so we've asked Mr. Taylor, who wears many hats for our city, to give us an update tonight on those particular pieces of property that he's working on.
Well, usually code enforcement is a very popular subject, but I guess compared to the MLPA and the Coastal Commission, I'm doing pretty good tonight. I presented council with the report. I'm just going to kind of go through and highlight the main portions, and then I have a little presentation to give.
Great, thanks.
A short presentation, right?
I'll go quick, yeah. I guess it depends on how many questions and comments there are. To start with, I guess about a year ago, code enforcement was actually moved over to the planning department, so it is now the responsibility of the planning department to do code enforcement. Because most recently, I just attended the California Association of Code Enforcement Officers annual seminar in Sacramento, where I received about 16 hours of ongoing education. I was actually able to attend over 6 courses down there, running the gambit of code enforcement. It was actually a good experience. It was good to see what other larger cities are doing and a lot of the tools that they have that we can incorporate into our program here. I also took and passed the certification exam down there for code enforcement. So.
And Eric Taylor received the top score of those taking the test. So
Really?
a little applause for him.
Congratulations.
That was only 94, so I don't know if this says anything bad about the other people. Just an ongoing effort. As you kind of allude to already, just driving around town, you can, a lot of these eyesores kind of stand out. It's not hard to see where a lot of these problem areas are. And part of our enforcement efforts is also beefing up our ordinance and our code. And one of the things we're looking at right now is enacting a shopping cart ordinance. I think everybody could agree that shopping carts are kind of a blight in our community, and we seem to have our fair share of them all over town. So hopefully we can make the cart owners responsible for collecting and keeping them off the streets. Many different municipalities have these already in place, so we're taking a look at what they have and see what we can incorporate up here. Right now at code enforcement, we kind of take a proactive and a reactive approach, and I'll just kind of read this real quick out of the report. And kind of given the limited amount of resources we have, code enforcement is allotted 10 hours per week, basically about 25% of a full-time position. Given the limited amount of time that is allotted for code enforcement, that focuses attention on the highest priority cases as well as reacting to all complaints received. So that's kind of the reactive approach. Is anytime anybody comes in with a complaint, we respond to it. The proactive approach is to go after those kind of really outstanding issues that we have. Mainly, a lot of those larger cases we have right now are actually trying to remove some of these blighted buildings that are abandoned buildings and have been allowed to stay in place probably a lot longer than they should have been. Currently, code enforcement has about 22 active cases. That's always evolving and added to and subtracting depending on the enforcement we get and cooperation from the property owners. We spent a lot of time over the spring and summer sending out a lot of mow letters. I'm sure a lot of people saw that. So unfortunately, it's kind of an ongoing problem. A lot of people think they only need to mow their properties once a year. So you actually, a lot of times you'll send out a letter and you'll wind up sending out another letter when it all grows back again. So it's kind of an ongoing issue. Code enforcement staff continues to work closely with other departments. I guess most significant lately, we've worked pretty closely with the finance department and going after a lot of people that have delinquent business licenses that have not paid or are operating without licenses. So we've sent out quite a few letters and quite a few citations. We were able to get, I believe, compliance on almost all of those that were sent out. Maybe, say, one or two that haven't brought into compliance yet. That's been fairly successful. We obviously work closely with law enforcement, both city and county, on different issues, and I have some slides I'll be showing some of the cases we've worked on there. And another thing in my slideshow, you'll see what I try to present this time too is it's not always just to get people to paint their houses or mow their lawns. A lot of this code enforcement goes across the board, and a lot of the issues we deal with are commercial properties also, and a lot of larger structures, say larger apartment complexes, hotels, motels, things of that nature. And I have some slides for that also. And part of combating that is when you have these larger problems, what we do is basically we get kind of a code enforcement team together consisting of the health inspector from the county, our fire chief, we'll have a building official, and as well as code enforcement and law enforcement if need be, depending on the case. So we've been pretty effective in some cases, and we're going to continue to go after a lot of larger problem areas. And overall, we're just kind of basically trying to get more of a comprehensive approach and try to take more of just we're sending out the letters for enforcement. We're going after, we've initiated the administrative citation and hearing program. Obviously, we have that. Looking at some harder enforcement as far as some cases we may need to give them a citation for an infraction or possibly misdemeanors, depending if we need to go that direction. I'm just constantly looking at what other districts are doing, district municipalities are doing, and seeing what we can bring into the fold. Having said that, any questions on the report itself before I go into the slideshow presentation?
Nope, go ahead.
Quick question.
Sure.
Quick question. Mobile home parks.
Mm-hmm.
Who enforces, who takes care of their property?
For the city, we do, and the county has the state do it. Actually, each jurisdiction can choose whether they want the state to take on that role or they do it themselves. We have one RV park and one mobile home park, so it's not overwhelming for us.
You have one RV park, and which mobile home park?
Pacific View Terrace.
Yeah, the one that's behind Shooters there.
Pacific Terrace.
Yeah.
And I take that back. We actually have two
The
RV
city
parks.
owns a mobile home park?
No, we have jurisdiction over the code enforcement.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So I take that back. We actually have two RV parks because Seaview was just added a few years ago. But,
Okay.
So it's pretty small.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm just going to go through a slideshow here. This first one was a case we worked on last year, and it was involved a local motel here in town. As you can see here, there's some exposed wiring, and it's kind of substandard wiring. This is actually on the ground. F5, is that how we could be here? Okay. Here we go. Next one here is showing some of the structural members. This is actually support the outside balcony, which is it's a two-story structure. You see how it's kind of falling apart there. Here's another picture of the supports here for the actual roof. You can see how it's actually in two pieces. And if you actually look at the top here, you can see it doesn't even make contact with the roof up here. Again, this is a light on the second story that's pretty much ready to fall at any time. Potential falling on somebody's head wouldn't be good. Another issues we had as far as cracked structures here, and even if you talk about maybe a child being out there, if there's actually had the possibility of falling over and hurting somebody. Another issue is just all throughout. I'll say that this particular location probably had over 60 violations when we went in there, ranging anywhere from non-operational fire, smoke alarms, structural problems.
This was a hotel?
Correct. And you see here overloaded outlets. When you also consider this was for their water heaters and pumps. And so, but at this point, they've been totally brought into compliance. This is kind of a shot of the outside here. You can see all the railing, all the structure members here, are all brand new, brought everything to compliance, as well as everything inside the structure. Here's another motel. This is one of our older structures in town. This is kind of an ongoing issue. Not issue, but a case right now. See faulty outlets. It's kind of a shot of the interior of one of the rooms. Hot plates are an issue in a lot of these properties, which are illegal. They can't operate them. Obviously a fire hazard. This is just kind of interesting. Kind of shows you the level of maintenance. The sink was basically falling away from the wall, and they just kind of propped up a couple 2x4s. This was out in the parking area. They just, instead of fixing this large hole in the ground, they just kind of slid this board over top of it. Actually, there was a storage area attached to all the units. This thing actually was full of furniture and wood and other combustibles, including several containers of 5-gallon paint. And the other thing I can show you is kind of some fertilizer in here, other paint. If you look here, this is actually a can of kerosene, all stored in here. So if this thing actually had gone up, I mean, the whole structure probably would have just gone up in there. Another issue we have, this is inside another one of the rooms. You can see kind of the overload of you have your toaster oven, your microwave, I don't know, that's like a wok, a hot plate, a refrigerator, crock pot. Basically, most of them are plugged in this outlet. Also, the issue of food storage in here and cooking, where it's not approved for that. This is another one. It's kind of ongoing. A lot of people probably remember the City Center Motel. It was burned down partially a few years ago. And you can see we still had some issues with some furniture and appliances and stuff outside. And I kind of just threw this one in there also just for the mow part.
Well, what's going on with that?
Recently, I guess they had there's some movement on it. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm really at liberty to say. I'd have to refer to the city attorney on that. But
Okay.
there's some positive movement on that property. So this is pretty recent. These pictures are from the last couple of days here, so you can just see the the blighted condition that you can get pretty quick. Not shot from the street, just unmowed. There's a lot of trash. When you get this tall grass, it seems to just accumulate all the trash and the paper and everything on it that goes with it. So we recently got them to come out here and cleared the lot, removed all the rest of the appliances.
The city did that?
We contacted the receiver on that property, we didn't do it ourselves. We had them do it.
We love to Kate.
Yeah, here's another commercial property. And actually this one was started a few years ago, but and basically what started this complaint was somebody was coming through the drive-thru and a piece of this sign fell on their car. and actually damaged their car.
It's scary as I think I know.
And this is part of the drive-through. You can see how it's rotted and coming apart here. This is the light in the drive-through. It probably could have fallen on anybody's head at any time.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
actually back in some of the food storage area, and you can see how they have their ice and stuff back here, where it was completely open to the outside. So they had an issue with vermin and anything else that wanted to come in and out. So basically, we went back. Basically, what happened was told the property owner, no way is he ever going to open another business in there if he didn't comply. So he finally did. It was an ongoing issue with him. So you can see they actually added the foundation down here to close that off. Fixed all the structural portions here. And this is just a small portion of what was going on. There was a lot of other violations that were brought up. And also the sign, we had inspections done, removed the rotted portion of the sign, so made it safe again. Next one's kind of pertaining more to law enforcement issues. I think a lot of people realize marijuana grows are pretty significant, pretty huge problem, and I'll show you why here. This was a resident within the city limits. This is an ongoing case for law enforcement. Basically, this whole house was basically turned into a grow. And you can see here how they just have the wires, extension cords. One of the biggest issues I want to point out here is how all the windows in this house were actually boarded up. So it really provided no other avenue for egress out of this property. Showed you some issues with the wiring.
Some issues. There's some issues with the wiring.
Well, compared to this was kind of the worst part. They actually tapped
They'd be
in.
worried about losing their harvest
Or their
with their
lives.
wiring issues.
So you can see how they tapped into the main panel here, and they actually overloaded the circuits. Particular interest here was the Romax here that was leading out. And you can kind of see how it went out of there, across the laundry area, across the kitchen, across into the actual grow room, and up to the wall, and this is what it was powering, actually. And basically, this is another room in the house. They're a little creative. There's actually an old wall heater, so they actually just spliced into the wall heater, running their power out of that. Again, just showing the boarded up windows is the kitchen, laundry area. And just give you another example, what they had here was they had put some reinforcement.
Oh, wow.
So if you look here, the 2x4s here were actually slid across the door here to prevent anybody from breaking into the house. I actually had another shot here too that showed where the smoke detectors used to be. They actually removed them out of the house. So given the hazardous wiring, the conditions of closing up the house, we basically tagged the building substandard, and we had the power company actually disconnect the power to that residence. I'm happy to say since then those tenants are gone. They have got all the proper permits and brought the house back to standard. So.
Was the owner aware of this at all?
Not that I know of, but I mean, that's more a question for law enforcement.
Eric, yours was the most entertaining.
It could have gone longer, but any questions?
Sorry, Sari. So, there's a lot on North Crest Drive that has vegetation that's probably 15 feet tall, and I'd like to know when it's going to be taken care of.
That is an ongoing case, and I again refer that to the city attorney if he feels comfortable discussing that.
It's in litigation? Or going
Not
there?
litigation yet, but it's in our administrative citation process and fairly well along into it.
Okay. Is there any way we can take care of that before it's over? Because I know that the legal time can take longer than it took for the 15 feet of brush to grow.
Yeah, Eric can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the plan would be to, since we've been unable to secure enforcement by the issuance of administrative citations and polite requests, I think we are probably going to have to issue a notice to abate a nuisance and then declare it a nuisance, abate it ourselves, and charge the cost to the owner.
How long does that take? 60 days, 90?
We're probably, everybody is entitled to their due process, obviously under the Fifth Amendment, but we've got to that point. And I know maybe for the administrative citation process, maybe we can resolve this. If not, then it's basically, we could come back to council and you guys would make that decision.
What about, have you talked to Dave Mason about the process at the Solid Waste Management Authority? Is it the same process?
I don't believe they can handle, well, yeah, we go through the same process as they do, if that's what you're asking, yes.
Yeah, but I don't think this would turn up as a solid waste enforcement because it's not trash, it's not disposables.
Yeah.
If this was disposables, yes. I think what we need to do, we're going to have to engage our own nuisance abatement process, and then we'll actually be out there with machinery to cut that stuff down and mulch it up.
Let's not forget we have goats.
You know,
If we
actually,
can coordinate
the
it,
goats is not a bad idea,
it'd be a
except
wonderful idea.
this was allowed to get too tall. I don't think the goats can reach higher than a certain height. And it really needs to be cut down.
Seriously, I'm just thinking it's almost winter time. Are we going to be able to take care of it before that, or?
Why don't you let Eric and I talk, and we'll get it back to you ASAP.
Okay, thanks. Any questions from the council for Mr. Taylor?
No, I'd just say nice job, Eric. It's a big effort. We've got a lot of issues and problems within the city, and it's probably a full-time job, and unfortunately, you're doing 25% of your time, and
Try to make it
keep up the good work.
Well, and, obviously the visual blight is important, and some of those issues is why I brought this up, but your slideshow showed me that you're working on much bigger picture items that are definitely a lot more important safety things, so.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like I said, you have that whole process you have to go through. And sometimes, most of the time, I say 99% of the time, people comply, they just take care of it, and it's not an issue, but there's a certain
Thank you.
element that don't.
And congratulations on your certification. That's awesome. All right, public comment. Mr. Miles.
I kind of got a question. Maybe this should become an election issue. You're talking about the lot across from your studio that's got all the Scotch blue. According to the county's ag people, Scotch blue is a noxious weed as defined by the state of California. The other noxious weed we have, plus the rats that are this big that used to crawl into the restaurant we saw on the slideshow.
Did you say rats?
Rats that are still there today who like to climb over to the dumpster on Denny's all belong to Mr. Deal. We all know that. I remember back to the time of Thomas French when Mr. Deal wing-dinked us. I don't know how to put that, but that's what he did. Well, in our ordinance, our current ordinance, that was created years ago, I believe it says that we could send our Parks Department people or our street people in there right now, do something, put the cost on his tax rolls, and we could sit forever until he actually sells that property to collect the money that we spent. Every time I ride my bike to Dottie's to take my laundry or push my little cart, I see the same blackberry bushes that I've seen for years. Every time I go out to Wally World, I see these beautiful Scotch blue that years ago was only this big. But because of inaction of my city, they're now this big. We got one person who lives in Oregon, who's an absentee property owner, that we allowed to do this. How much longer are we going to let Mr. Deal to put it to us?
That's a process that we're talking about this evening, Mr. Miles.
Well, you can do it right now, because you've got it on your...
There's a process we have to go through.
In the past, you just go in there and do it,
No.
put it on his tax rolls.
There's a process to that. Okay.
You complicated it.
Is there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to, let's see, number 13. Consider and approve an expenditure of funds for employee training related travel pursuant to our city's approved travel policy. Anytime there is a expenditure by a department head of over $2,000, is that what it is?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a department head, but a department, an employee for one training trip.
Okay, so anything over $2,000 that's employee related for training, if there's an expense, it needs to come before the council. And a while back, we were able to send Sergeant Scott, who is now Lieutenant Scott, to supervisory training. And now it is being requested to send Mr. Apperson, our newest sergeant, to, is it the same training?
That's the entry-level.
Entry-level supervisory training. And you have a report from Mr. Butler?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, the mayor indicated that this is just an action that we need to take in compliance with the council-approved travel policy. And because this particular course involves Mr. Apperson being out of town for about 11 or 12 days, including out of lodging for that out-of-town stay, it takes the total cost of the training up to about $2,600. And there's a little breakdown provided by the police chief for you of the basic costs: course registration, lodging, meals, and mileage. This training happens to be down in Santa Rosa. So we're just coming before you tonight to go through the formality of getting the council's approval for that training. I have reviewed all the training documents, discussed it with the chief, verified that the money is there in his training budget for this current fiscal year, and my recommendation would be that you approve the training. That concludes my report.
Okay, any questions from the council? No? Okay. I think any time that we can provide training to our officers, it lessens our liability out on the streets. Because if they're trained to, especially if they're in a supervisory role, and they're responsible for the officers under them and their actions and how they treat their cases, the processes they go through to make sure that they do things lawfully and legally as they're doing their jobs is important. So I think it lessens the liability, so I think it's a good investment.
And it increases their skill level. So
I guess the only question I have is on lodging. For 7 days, it's going to run about $100 a day.
11 days.
Did I subtract wrong? Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yeah, it's 11, may actually be 12 nights.
12 nights, okay. 12. That's still over $100 a day, right, in lodging?
Well, there's going to be TOT charges.
That's right.
Things I've heard of
Yeah,
those.
it's probably, that's actually pretty cheap for Santa Rosa, $100 a night.
Yeah. And then there is a,
When I just went to San Diego, that hotel was like $189 a night or something ridiculous like that.
There's a couple of Friday and Saturday, or at least one Friday and Saturday night, which is higher, and then a lower rate for the Monday through Thursday. But yeah, when you take the base rate and then add on the TOT, that's, you're right, it's right around the $100 range.
I'll make a motion to approve the expenditure request.
Second it.
Is there any public comment? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Okay. Do we have any legislative matters this evening, Mr. Butler?
The only thing I was going to mention is that apparently there was a state budget, at least an agreement for a framework, approved over the weekend. I was waiting nervously today to get, emergency emails from the league, concerned that there might be some, dramatic effect on cities. I didn't get any emails at all from the league today. I think they're going to kind of slowly trickle out details throughout this week, and then the vote is supposed to happen in both houses of the legislature on Thursday. We'll get word out to you if it does appear to be any kind of major impact on us, but it looks like they've come to some kind of a framework agreement that doesn't involve taking money from cities.
Although I saw like a news flash in one of my newsletters this morning that said that the budget decision will impact cities' RDAs, and I thought, how much more can they impact us? That's not news, so I don't know. I didn't get a chance to read the whole article, so I'll do that. But okay.
Mayor, I have an item to report.
Sure.
Sadly, the governor vetoed a bill which your council supported. That was AB 2166, which would have permitted the Smith River Rancheria to participate in the Border Coast Regional Airport Authority, joining the Elk Valley Rancheria and the other members in governing our airport. I'm positive that we will try again with the new governor.
Did he provide any foundation for his decision?
Yeah, he has a veto message, which basically I think is inapplicable, but it's one that I can forward along to you. I don't want to try to summarize it, but I don't think it really hits the mark, particularly in this case because we already have an up and going Joint Powers Authority that already has a tribal member.
Right.
So I think we thought that perhaps that would distinguish this in the governor's eyes. He has vetoed several similar bills with regard to other tribes in the past, and he's identified subjects like, the tribes are not subject to the same Public Records Act rules and the Brown Act and things like that. But of course the JPA is subject to that. And so
right.
The JPA itself is just as open as any other local government in the state. But, I think we'll have eventual success on this. We're just going to have to keep trying.
Okay. Thank you. The public comments over, Mr. Miles. Reports, concerns, referrals, council travel, and training reports. Ms. Westfall, do you have anything to report?
I had a meeting, but I've decided I'll discuss it in private with Rod Butler.
Okay. Ms. Murray?
I just want to report one item, and that was something that had been overlooked during the 4th of July festivities. The Crescent Harbor Gallery, there were two women that dedicated one of their works of art called The Walk in the Redwoods. It's really quite lovely. Amy Hollick and Chris Hutchins did a piece in honor of the 4th of July that I saw, and I just wanted to mention their names because it's really quite beautiful, and they did it in honor of the 4th of July, and no one had ever mentioned it, so I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. If you're at the Crescent Harbor Gallery, if you see it, it's really quite beautiful.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, Mr. Slurt?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I did some assisting of my time and services at on a volunteered basis with Mr. Barnes, our Public Works Director, regarding interior furnishings and facility painting at the new wastewater treatment plant, which I would like to say is coming along beautifully. I attended the Tri-Agency meeting last week with Mayor Schlong. Attended a bid ad hoc committee introductory meeting with City Manager Rod Butler and Ms. Murray. We reviewed the bid history. We discussed possible solutions and reviewed the potential for dissolution of the bid, and that takes 90 days minimum. And we came out of the meeting with a consensus to not throw the baby out with the bathwater at this time, but to proceed with trying to maintain and sustain the bid. And one of the things that we're proposing to do is to have the city conduct a downtown bid survey of all of the businesses downtown, and that would be proposed to happen nearly immediately, very soon. Then this, I think, forget what day, we had a bid monthly meeting that I attended with the mayor and Mr. Butler.
Thursday of last week.
Thursday the 30th. That was their board meeting.
And at that meeting, we discussed investigating alternate funding options for the bid, that the city will conduct a bid survey. We talked about our disappointment that the bid had opposition people had not offered any solutions other than just kill the bid. And the general consensus was to attempt to sustain the bid. And we have actually a future meeting proposed with the F bid, which is the Fortuna bid group, and the Eureka Main Street bid group.
It's a great idea.
Pardon me?
It's a great idea.
That heard of our dilemma here, and they've offered to come up and meet with us, and we thought that'd be very proactive. And then I appreciate personally the Triplicates editorial this past weekend regarding supporting the bid. And the bid also made a decision to continue to fulfill its upcoming holiday events because it had committed to that previously, so they're going to see those events through. And then, in final, I guess, I would request that City Manager Mr. Butler provide the council at our next council meeting with a itemized assessment of the Westfall initiative and legal actions and the cost to the city to date for all of those actions.
Could you be more specific? The Westfall actions?
Any legal actions associated with Ms. Westfall relative to either the initiatives and or the recalls and or the ongoing lawsuit legal actions.
Okay. Mr. Miles? Okay. Anything else, Mr. Slurt?
Oh, thank you.
Anything to add, Ms. Westfall? I was going to give you the opportunity to respond. But you weren't even in here. I didn't even realize it. Okay, let's see. We had a tri-agency meeting that incorporated a report from Tamara Buchanan Layton for Local Transportation Commission. Also, we found out that our regional attempt to get broadband redundancy from here to Eureka has failed. It did not receive funding. However, we are working on the Highway 199 corridor, so not all is lost, but we did not get that grant funding. Let's see. I met with Vicki Lamson, a new administrative person for the Visitors Bureau, and just kind of talked about how things are going with their planning. Attended the bid board meeting. Met with Steve Cheney from Redwood National Parks to follow up on just mutual communication because we're neighbors. And I've invited the Rotary Club to tour the wastewater treatment plant. I think the more people see it and have a good understanding of the project, the better off we are. And they're all very excited. So they're all going to tour the treatment plant and have a sack lunch. They're kind of worried about their sack lunch. I told them they won't be worried once they get there. And we have an airport meeting coming up, and we'll report at the next meeting how that goes. We have a candidates night with a triplicate this Wednesday night. And just wanted to remind everybody that we have Sea Cruise this weekend. So there'll be lots of people out, lots of beautiful cars, and lots of people out supporting our downtown businesses. And I hope everybody has a good time and a safe weekend. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Wait.
Oh.
Full session.
Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting. We are going to actually convene into closed session since we had a 2-hour Coastal Commission workshop prior. We were not able to do that, so we're going to convene into closed session now. And I will take public comment on our closed session items.
Mayor, I can indicate there won't be any final actions taken, so.
Okay. I think we're just getting an update. All right. Thank you.